Chapter 2345. Ruoshin shouted, Wuxing Crocodile and the others, as well as the group of immortal soldiers and immortal generals, shouted together. Their gaze fell upon Lin Tian. Listening to their voices, Lin Tian took a step forward. The reincarnation light and the power of fate revolved around his body. He once again pressed down on Luan Hui King. Rumble. The unparalleled reincarnation light and the surging power of fate, the two combined together and bombarded Luan Hui King again and again. Purple blood splashed out one after another. Luan Hui King's broken body was continuously bombarded by Lin Tian and became even more broken. And Luan Hui King let out a low roar. The endless reincarnation light surged and broke away from Lin Tian's attack range. In the blink of an eye, he once again condensed his body in the distance. At this moment, his eyes were intertwined with a chilling aura. His killing intent was even more intense. Born from the cycle of reincarnation, he believed himself to be the son of heaven of the world. All living beings in the world were his subjects. He was the most powerful existence in the world. But now he was firmly suppressed by a human. He looked at Lin Tian. The reincarnation light outside his body rose sharply once again. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. You traitor! Clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, interrupting Luan Hui King's words. Lin Tian took a step forward. His speed was extremely fast. He once again arrived in front of Luan Hui King. Moreover, the reincarnation sword appeared at the same time. It was held in his right hand. Activating the reincarnation sword technique, he slashed out a sharp sword strike. This was an extremely close sword strike. Luan Hui King couldn't avoid it and was directly cut into two by this sword strike. Soon after, a sonorous sword cry resounded. The reincarnation sword in Lin Tian's hand transformed into a dense reincarnation sword chi. It turned into a rain of reincarnation sword chi and completely enveloped Reincarnation King's body that was cut into two. The rain of reincarnation sword chi fell down majestically. For a moment, the sound of piu 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 was unceasingly transmitted. Luan Hui King's body that was cut into two turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Good, good. Kill it. At a distance, Wuxing Crocodile and White Tiger both clenched their claws. The melodious sound of the flute drifted through the universe. Wu Yi's eyes were gentle. She played the Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing song, which resonated with the Reincarnation Forging Spirit Art, causing Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit to be strengthened to the extreme at this moment. Her saintly might was like the heavens, and her battle prowess was maintained at a height of 500 times her basic battle prowess. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The purple-colored blood mist exploded one after another. At this moment, Luan Hui Wang was no longer a match for Lin Tian. He was receiving injuries unceasingly. His change is related to that woman's flute music. Kill her. In the distance, Xian Tian and Xian Di naturally saw that Lin Tian's strength had suddenly skyrocketed because of Wu Yi's flute music. At this time, they directly moved and attacked Wu Yi. However, just as they took a step forward, Lin Tian's gaze swept over them, and a great expanse of reincarnation light appeared. There were no cries of agony. Two clouds of blood instantly exploded, and the two were directly annihilated by the pressure of the reincarnation light. Rumble. Unparalleled reincarnation light and power of fate rolled over and over. After killing Xian Tian and Xian Ya, only Luan Hui Wang, the main culprit, was left among the dozens of people who had killed the old patriarch and the others. Lin Tian's hands moved simultaneously. The aura outside his body became even more turbulent. The reincarnation light suppressed everything, and the power of fate spread across 10,000 li. It completely enveloped Luan Hui Wang within it and attacked him unceasingly. The purple-colored blood mist collapsed unceasingly. He used all kinds of divine abilities at the same time, and didn't give Luan Hui Wang the slightest chance to take a breather or reconstruct his body. He attacked him madly. Under this kind of powerful and berserk attack, Luan Hui Wang's aura rapidly decreased and weakened. Enough! With a furious roar, Luan Hui Wang's shattered blood mist trembled, and an even more boundless reincarnation light gushed out. The reincarnation disk floated over along with the pressure, and burst out with monstrous, holy radiance. It forcefully repelled Lin Tian's attack, and Luan Hui Wang managed to reconstruct his body. After reconstructing his body, he looked at Lin Tian, the true master of the celestial court, Luan Hui Wang, who was born from reincarnation. His eyes were extremely cold, and the reincarnation Tao pattern in his eyes and the reincarnation Tao pattern on both sides of his cheeks blossomed with radiance at this moment. And almost at the same time, outside the mysterious yellow universe, in the boundless heaven and earth, outside an extremely vast world, rings of sacred reincarnation runes appeared one after another, causing this extremely vast world to burn with endless holy flames. Inside the world, along with the brilliance, countless powerful celestial soldiers and celestial generals who wore the celestial court's battle uniform were terrified at this moment. They exploded one after another and turned into waves of energy. Everything inside the vast world was disappearing and turned into energy. Soon after, under the endless sacred reincarnation runes outside the world, huge cracks appeared one after another, and all the energy continuously entered into those cracks. The next moment, within the mysterious yellow universe, a rumbling sound rang out. Huge cracks appeared behind Luan Hui Wang, and waves of boundless energy rushed out from those cracks, and unceasingly rushed into Luan Hui Wang's body, causing his aura to instantly increase exponentially. To be able to force me to refine the origin world. You are truly very good. Very good. Staring at Lin Tian at this moment, Luan Hui Wang's eyes became extremely cold. Rumble. As he finished speaking, endless energy continued to surge out from the huge cracks behind him and unceasingly rushed into his body, causing his aura to increase exponentially. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed Lin Tian, who was supported by the reincarnation calamity overcoming song and reincarnation forging mind art at the same time, and it shook the surrounding universe until it was annihilated and disappeared in large patches. Such an unforeseen event instantly caused the expressions of everyone in this place to change. Origin world? I heard from some of the powerful people of the celestial court in the past. That seems to be the origin world of the celestial court's main race. The white tiger remembered some things in the past, refining the origin world, and all the power of the origin world, all the celestial soldiers and celestial generals inside, are all being refined and devoured by him. Lin Tian took a step forward, and his eye of reincarnation and eye of destiny trembled at the same time. 500 times of fighting power erupted at full force at that moment. Heavenly river of reincarnation, giant reincarnation beast, reincarnation great crack, reincarnation sword, complete reincarnation picture, and endless power of destiny erupted at the same time, and at that moment they pressed down on Luan Hui Wang in a mighty manner. However, at that moment, in an extremely short amount of time, Luan Hui Wang's aura suddenly increased exponentially, and all the 500 times of fighting power he brought out were completely useless. Luan Hui Wang merely stood there and refined the origin world, and the sacred reincarnation marks that naturally interweaved around his body blocked all of this. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and with a low roar he used all of his strength, and all of his methods were brought out one after another, and launched a violent attack. In an unknown location in an ordinary valley, an old drunkard stood at the peak of a short mountain and looked at the profound yellow universe in the distance. The origin world itself is not simple, and with the endless celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court refining it and devouring the power of the origin world and all the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Even if little 10 controls reincarnation and has the help of Wu Yi's sacred voice, It is impossible for him to win against the current Luan Hui Wang. Qing Xian stood by the side, and there was worry in her eyes. She paused for a moment, then looked at an old drunkard. Should we? An old drunkard was dressed in white robes. His eyes were profound as he looked at the profound yellow universe in the distance. He knew what Qing Xian meant, but he did not have any intention of attacking. An incomprehensible light was intertwined in his profound eyes. Boom! An intimidating, sacred might surged out. At the center of the profound yellow universe, behind Luan Hui Wang, surging waves of energy endlessly surged into his body, causing the aura he exuded to continuously rise, one time after another. His aura was extremely terrifying. Outside Lin Tian's body, the light of reincarnation and the light of Kismet were thick, and all sorts of divine abilities continuously bombarded Luan Hui Wang. However, it was useless. At that moment, Luan Hui Wang seemed to be unable to attack because he was refining the origin world. But the sacred reincarnation mark on his body was terrifyingly strong, and all of his attacks were completely blocked. Moreover, there was a rebounding force that bounced back and landed on his body, causing the webbing between his thumb and forefinger to crack and bleed. How does it feel to be powerless? Did you remember the past? As he refined the origin world, an endless amount of energy surged into his body. Luan Hui Wang's eyes were cold, and he looked at Lin Tian cruelly and mercilessly. An ant trying to kill the king. No matter when, your petty hatred will never succeed. All of you are my subjects, and I am the king. If the king wants his subjects to die, then they must die. Lin Tian trembled violently. As Luan Hui Wang spoke, the faces of the old patriarch and the others appeared in his mind one by one. His eyes were filled with hatred again, and he was incomparably ruthless. The light of reincarnation trembled, and he launched an even crazier attack. The destructive light of reincarnation and the light of Kismet continued to fall on Luan Hui Wang, but it was useless. As Luan Hui Wang's aura continued to rise, the sacred reincarnation mark on his body became stronger, and the rebounding force also became more shocking. The rebounding force landed on his body one by one, causing cracks to appear on his reincarnation body that was 500 times stronger. Junior brother, don't be impatient. He can become even more terrifying after refining the origin world, but you are not alone. A gentle voice resounded at that moment. Fengshen Tianzuan opened his mouth and looked at Lin Tian with a smile. His eyes were filled with love. Senior brother can't help you much now, but it's not like there's nothing I can do. As he spoke, his body began to emit wisps of holy light. Senior brother's cultivation base, I will give it to you. Even if it can increase your battle prowess by a bit, it will be fine. As the eldest disciple of the human king, Fengshen Tianzuan was very clear that Luan Hui Wang was becoming stronger after refining the origin world. His battle prowess had already surpassed Lin Tian, and his aura was still rising. If Lin Tian's current battle prowess did not increase, he would definitely not be able to stop Luan Hui Wang, who had refined the origin world. He turned his cultivation base that had reached the peak of the soul revolving realm into pure energy. With this pure energy, he could increase Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit, and increase Lin Tian's battle prowess. Even if it was only a slight increase, it would still be useful. Lin Tian's expression immediately changed. He immediately stopped attacking Luan Hui Wang and rushed towards Fengshen Tianzuan. Senior brother, don't. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The gentle holy light rushed out of Fengshen Tianzuan's body and rushed into his body in an instant. It was like a warm current, and it caused his essence, energy, and spirit to immediately become stronger by a bit. However, this strength caused his powerful body to immediately stiffen, and he could not help but stop moving. He looked at Fengshen Tianzuan in a daze. It was also at that moment that Fengshen Tianzuan lost all his cultivation base. His entire person instantly became much more haggard, and he turned into an ordinary mortal. He was enveloped by Ao Jian Tenzuin's holy light. Only then could he survive in the universe. Otherwise, he would have immediately died. Senior brother. Chapter 2346. Stop! Ao Jian Tenzuin spoke, causing Lin Tian's body to tremble, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Sixth senior brother. Looking at Ao Jian Tenzuin, looking at Fengshen Tenzuin, who was enveloped by Ao Jian Tenzuin's divine splendor, Lin Tian's body trembled. Back then, when he entered the sect, he was not even 6 years old. Besides the initial tempering of his body, the human king did not personally teach him much. Most of the time, it was his 9 senior brothers who taught him all kinds of cultivation methods and passed on all kinds of cultivation experiences to him. They were like brothers who loved and cared for him. Back then, his 9 senior brothers had reincarnated because of him. Now, the most gentle eldest senior brother had given him all his cultivation in order to increase his battle prowess by a bit. He felt as if there were needles stabbing his heart. It's just cultivation. It's not a big deal. As long as the person is still here, the cultivation can be cultivated back. Looking at Lin Tian, Ao Jian Tenzuin said, just as eldest senior brother said, although Lun Huiwang can refine the origin world, you are not alone now. You still have us. We will become your strength. As he spoke, wisps of light emerged from his body. At the same time, he looked at Wu Yi, who was playing the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. Sister-in-law, I'll leave the rest to you. Wu Yi understood his meaning and nodded slightly. Fengshen Tianzuin had lost all his cultivation and turned it into pure energy to give to Lin Tian. Ao Jian Tianzuin would do the same. After that, she would need to support the space where Fengshen Tianzuin and Ao Jian Tenzuin could survive in this universe. Ao Jian Tenzuin looked at Lin Tian again, and an even stronger light rushed out of his body. In the next moment, all his cultivation turned into light and rushed into Lin Tian's body. At the same time, Fengshen Tenzuin's face became haggard in an instant. The divine splendor enveloping Fengshen Tenzuin's body also scattered in the blink of an eye, and was wrapped by a new light. That was Wu Yi's spatial holy power. Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit became stronger by a bit, and his body shook violently. Sixth senior brother. His nose turned sour, and he could not help but rush towards Fengshen Tenzuin and Ao Jian Tenzuin. That was the power they had cultivated for countless years. Now they had given it all to him, and they had become ordinary mortals again. Stop! Primal Chaos Tenzuin opened his mouth and said the same word as Ao Jian Tenzuin, which made Lin Tian stop again. Little junior brother, didn't your 6th senior brother already say that it's only cultivation? It's not a big deal. As long as you are still alive, your cultivation can be cultivated back. This final battle, you must win. You must not lose. Looking at Lin Tian, he said gently, Master once said that for us disciples he could die at any time. If it were us, we would also do the same. As senior brothers, for junior brother, we can also die at any time, let alone its only cultivation. While speaking, strands of light appeared outside his body, and all his cultivation rushed into Lin Tian's body in an instant. A ring of spatial radiance enveloped him. Even if he lost all his cultivation, he could still survive in this universe. Little junior brother, no matter if it's for the old patriarch and the others, or for the living beings in this world, we must win this battle. Let's think about it another way. If you lose this battle, what's the point of us leaving our cultivation behind to face Lun Huiwang? There's no point. With our cultivation, we won't be able to block even one of Lun Huiwang's moves. There's no point in us leaving our cultivation behind. There's no need to be sad, and don't come over to stop us. Accept our cultivation and kill Lun Huiwang. Solar Tianzuin, Tianzuin Zonglong, and the others spoke one after another. Their bodies shone, and all their cultivation turned into pure light, turning into pure energy that rushed into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's essence, energy, and battle prowess to instantly increase by a lot. The power of space intertwined as Wu played the flute and acted at the same time. He enveloped Sun, Heavenly Venerate, and the others, who had lost their cultivation bases, with the power of space. This allowed them to survive in the universe. Lin Tian's body trembled. Looking at his 9 senior brothers giving him all their cultivation, he felt incomparably uncomfortable. In the distance, Luin Hui Wang's eyes were cold, and a huge crack appeared behind him, melting the only origin world. Wave after wave of vast energy surged out from the cracks, endlessly surging into his body, and his aura continued to rise. As he looked at Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, Solar Tianzuan, and the others who were sacrificing their cultivation to Lin Tian's power, his eyes turned cold, but he didn't attack at that moment. Before the only origin world was completely melted, he couldn't attack. No matter how much power an ant has, in the end, it's still the power of an ant. His eyes were cold, and mysterious Tao patterns of reincarnation interweaved in his eyes. Death is the final destination for all of you. There won't be any other ending. Behind him, vast amounts of energy continuously surged out from the cracks, endlessly surging into his body. Damn it, you won't have a good death. Boy Lin will kill you, and soon he will chop off your dog head. Demonic light interweaved around Wuxing Crocodile's body, and all of his cultivation turned into pure light that rushed towards Lin Tian. Boy, catch it, kill it. As a powerful demonic beast, even if he lost all his cultivation and lost his ability to fight, he could still speak human words. Lin Tian, you will definitely win. Lord Big Brother, Little Purple believes that you can win. Little Purple is very happy to be able to become Lord Big Brother's power. Big Brother. Jiyu by Qiu, Shui, Sushu, Violet Fairy, Lin Shi, and the others spoke one after another. At that moment, all of them sacrificed their cultivation, causing it to turn into pure energy that rushed into Lin Tian's body. Father, kill him and take revenge for the old patriarch, grandfather, and the others. Ruoxian spoke, and the power of time boiled. Just like Ji Yu and the others, all of their cultivation rushed into Lin Tian's body. At the same time, Little Tai Chu by Ziki, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, and the others sacrificed all of their cultivation to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's body trembled. At this moment, strand after strand of pure energy surged into his body. He could clearly sense that his vital energies, battle prowess, and other aspects were rapidly increasing. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. They were not dead, they were still alive, but they had all become ordinary people. All of their years of cultivation had turned into nothing, and all of it had turned into his power. His senior brother had told him not to be sad, but how could he not be sad? Buzz. The light was dazzling, and strands of divine light lit up in this universe. Lord Immortal Emperor, you once told us that we should trust you when we are uneasy and rely on you when we are in trouble. All these years you have been fighting alone outside, and you have brought back all kinds of Baodan divine medicines and ancient immortal scriptures for us time and time again. You have personally led us in cultivation, and you have personally answered all kinds of questions we had in cultivation. Our cultivation and growth are all dependent on you. A founding elder of the Immortal Court spoke. He had joined the Immortal Court since the establishment of the Immortal Court, and now he was extremely powerful. At this moment, he looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of respect. Now, please rely on us. It is our honor to be part of the Lord Immortal Emperor's power. The group of immortal soldiers and immortal generals roared, and their voices shook the sky. At this moment, their bodies shone brightly, and all of them sacrificed their cultivation, which turned into waves of pure energy and rushed toward Lin Tian continuously. They were glad that they had come to this place with him and could become the leader's power at this moment. As the guardian of the Lord Immortal Emperor, it is my duty to protect the Lord Immortal Emperor and contribute to the Lord Immortal Emperor. Snow Wolf spoke, now that he was at the 8th layer of heaven ascension. All of his cultivation turned into pure energy and rushed toward Lin Tian. Master, Yi Tong and Little Fox moved together, sacrificing their cultivation and turning it into pure energy that rushed toward Lin Tian. In the entire immortal court, more than 10 billion immortal soldiers and immortal generals, Snow Wolf, Yi Tong, and Little Fox, all of their cultivation were sacrificed to Lin Tian on this day and at this moment. If there was no human king back then, this old man would have died long ago. The old hoodlum also sacrificed his cultivation at this moment, turning it into pure energy that rushed toward Lin Tian. Kid, take it as returning the favor to your master. Kill that old dog. Old man, I also owe the human king a big favor. Let's return it together. The old Taoist spoke, and his cultivation surged toward Lin Tian. At the same time, he pulled off the oracle bone fragment on his neck. Kid, haven't you always been thinking about this thing? I'll give it to you. As he spoke, the oracle bone fragment cracked open, and stars streaked out one after another, and great worlds appeared one after another. Together with his cultivation, they all turned into the purest energy at this moment and rushed into Lin Tian's body. He was once the strongest person in the Tai universe. The stars and great worlds in the oracle bone fragment were the stars and great worlds of the Tai universe that he had preserved after killing the experts of the celestial court during the great destruction of the Tai universe. There were no living creatures among them. Those that existed had been moved to the primordial universe and lived there. Now, these stars and great worlds only contained an extremely vast amount of the universe's origin energy, and all of it was given to Lin Tian at this moment. No, little friend. Back then, he failed to cultivate in seclusion and died. Young man, thank you for taking care of the little Taichu all these years. Little brother, in this battle, we're only turning our cultivation into energy to provide a little bit of power. The real battle still depends on you. For your revenge, for the lives that have died at the hands of the celestial court, for the countless living creatures that are still alive in the primordial universe. We must win this battle. It's all up to you now. The martial ancestor, the royal lord of the celestial spirit, the primitive emperor, and the others spoke. Everyone gave up their cultivation at the same time, sacrificing their cultivation into pure energy and rushing toward Lin Tian. Rays of pure light kept flowing into Lin Tian's body, and Lin Tian's aura surged. At this moment, in the entire center of the universe, only Wu Yi did not give up her cultivation. She wanted to play the reincarnation tribulation song, and she wanted to support the space in the universe for those who had lost their cultivation. Boom! Lin Tian's aura surged and reached an extremely high point in the blink of an eye. He looked at his 9 senior brothers who had sacrificed their cultivation to him, looked at Ruoxian, Jiyu, and the others, looked at Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and the others, looked at Yi Tong, Little Fox, Snow Wolf, and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals. He looked at the old hoodlum, the primitive emperor, and the others, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ah! He roared towards the sky, and his aura shook the heaven and earth. The space in the universe crumbled inch by inch and collapsed inch by inch. It was also at this moment that a cold snort was heard. Luan Hui Wang had completed the refinement of the origin world, and the intertwining aura had reached an extremely terrifying level, as if he was a great demon that could destroy the world. I'll put an end to all of this. The power of a group of ants combined together is meaningless. A cold voice resounded. Luan Hui Wang took a step forward, and an immeasurable amount of reincarnation light rushed toward Lin Tian together. The monstrous amount of reincarnation light pressed down on Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian swung his fist, and the might of his reincarnation fist shook the entire universe. With one punch, he shattered everything. The immeasurable amount of reincarnation light that Luan Hui Wang had brought out was instantly shattered by this punch. Kill. Chapter 2347. Lin Tian roared angrily. With the full power of Ruoxian and the others, by Ziki and the others, the old hoodlum and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals, as well as Wu Yi's reincarnation calamity crossing song, the vast and tyrannical aura around his body reached its peak, as if it could destroy the sky. He rushed towards Luan Hui King. At that moment, his speed reached its peak, almost distorting time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luan Hui King. He waved his reincarnation fist, and a monstrous fist power erupted from it, landing on Luan Hui King's body. Purple blood splattered. Luan Hui King, who had refined the only origin world, had his sturdy body pierced through at that moment. However, Luan Hui King, who had refined the only origin world and the countless immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the only origin world, was naturally incomparably powerful at that moment. The moment his body was pierced through, his right hand formed a palm blade and cut into Lin Tian's chest. Bright red blood gushed out from Lin Tian's body, instantly dyeing his entire body red. Lin Tian turned a blind eye to this. His right hand that had pierced into Luan Hui King's body trembled, and a violent power erupted from his fist that had entered Luan Hui King's body. It rampaged through Luan Hui King's body, crazily destroying Luan Hui King's flesh and blood, causing cracks to appear on Luan Hui King's sturdy body in the blink of an eye. Purple blood gushed out continuously. At the same time, his left eye of destiny and right eye of reincarnation trembled lightly at the same time. The vortex of fate, heavenly river of reincarnation, great reincarnation crack and giant reincarnation beast appeared one by one, pressing towards Luan Hui King in a mighty manner. Blood gushed out from Luan Hui King's mouth, but his eyes were incomparably cold. The palm that had pierced into Lin Tian's body also trembled, and the light of reincarnation that filled the sky burst forth, crushing half of Lin Tian's body. After that, he used his reincarnation eye to summon the reincarnation sea of blood. It was unknown how many times stronger than the previous reincarnation sea of blood, but it mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian. Boom! The destructive power of the two collided in the blink of an eye and landed on each other. The power of reincarnation and the power of destiny boiled, and even more space in the universe was annihilated, completely turning turbid and unable to recover. Two bloody mists splashed out. Lin Tian's body exploded. Luan Hui Wang also exploded together with him. The bright red blood and the purple blood intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, the two recondensed their physical bodies. Under the wheel of samsara, all shall perish. Die. Luan Hui Wang said coldly. The reincarnation Tao pattern in his eyes vibrated slightly. At the same time as he summoned the boundless blood sea, the reincarnation disc was also summoned. Like the gears of heaven and earth, the reincarnation disc was intertwined with an extremely turbulent aura. It was awe-inspiring, and it pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. His head of black hair danced wildly as he faced the attack head-on. Clang! An ear-piercing sword howl shook the 3,000 great universes. He summoned the reincarnation sword. Endless reincarnation light and the power of providence intertwined. The dense divine patterns on the surface of the sword all lit up at that moment. The sword's power instantly soared and slashed toward the reincarnation disc. In the blink of an eye, the two ultimate artifacts clashed together. The sky was filled with the light of destruction at the first moment. Crack! 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 The surrounding cosmic space was annihilated inch by inch. It turned turbid and disappeared forever. I used the reincarnation stone to forge the reincarnation disc. No weapon can stop it. Luan Hui Wang's eyes were cold. The reincarnation disc trembled and shook the reincarnation sword. Lin Tian's body was intertwined with 9-colored divine radiance. His aura was boundless. The black hair in front of his forehead danced even more wantonly. The sword that Master forged for me carries the faith of 10,000 creatures. What can your reincarnation disc amount to? Following his words, with a boom, the sword patterns on the reincarnation sword blossomed with an even more dazzling radiance. The sword's power rose sharply again and shook the reincarnation disc away. The swift and fierce sword's power annihilated the cosmic space. At the same time, endless pure white light surged out from the reincarnation sword. It revolved around the divine sword and circled around him, causing the divine sword's sword power to become even sharper. It caused his aura to become even more tyrannical. The immortal Emperor Pagoda carried the faith. After it merged with the reincarnation sword, that faith naturally didn't disappear. It was now carried by the reincarnation sword. The pure white light at that moment was the endless power of faith that had converged within the reincarnation sword all these years. This kind of power of faith was vast and pure. It could strengthen everything in the world. Kill! He roared furiously. Under the support of the endless faith, he held the reincarnation sword and slashed out a large amount of reincarnation sword astral. The cosmic space was torn apart. The dense reincarnation sword astral broke through everything and landed in front of Luan Hui Wang in the blink of an eye. With a clang, the reincarnation disc was sent flying. The dense reincarnation sword astral landed on Luan Hui Wang's body. PFFF! 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 Purple blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, Luan Hui Wang was pierced through like a hornet's nest. Holding the reincarnation sword, he made his move again. He took a step forward and teleported endlessly. In an instant, he appeared in front of Luan Hui Wang. Holding the reincarnation sword with both hands, he burst forth with even more terrifying sword might and slashed down ferociously. Scram! The reincarnation king spoke. His voice was ice-cold, and his killing intent was chilly. The reincarnation light surged, and the reincarnation will shook along with it. With a pung sound, Lin Tianjin was sent flying. Bright red blood splashed across the sky. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Tian stabilized his body. His eye of destiny trembled slightly. He used his teleportation ability and appeared in front of Luan Hui Wang once again. Holding the reincarnation sword with both hands, he slashed down again. PFFF! This time, Luan Hui Wang didn't manage to block this sword. He was directly cut into two by this swift and fierce sword. However, in the next moment, Luan Hui Wang's gaze was bone-piercing. The reincarnation Dao pattern in his reincarnation eye shone brightly. It caused Lin Tian's body to tremble violently. Suddenly, he felt as if he had fallen into an illusion. He clearly saw his divine soul being pulled into a reincarnation purgatory. Countless evil souls pounced on him and drowned his divine soul in an instant. They crazily tore at his divine soul. An extremely intense pain was transmitted unceasingly. It was almost inhuman torture. Trapped in this illusion, Lin Tian didn't panic. His reincarnation eye trembled slightly. In an instant, the countless evil souls were shattered and this illusion was destroyed. Even though his divine soul was in severe pain, he didn't care about it at all. The reincarnation sword in his hand once again slashed towards Luan Hui Wang. That was the reincarnation purgatory. It was an almost realistic illusion technique. It was one of the abilities of the reincarnation eye. He had used it against Luo Shawang when he was still in the Dao fusion realm. Naturally, he was very clear about this illusion technique. He broke free from it in an instant. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He held the reincarnation sword and slashed towards Luan Hui Wang again. The moment the sword was unleashed, the space of the universe collapsed. With a bang, Luan Hui Wang was sent flying along with the reincarnation disc. Purple blood splashed in all directions once again. Lin Tian took a step forward. Without any hesitation, without any confusion, his killing aura continued to rise sharply. Buzz! Using the Reincarnation sword to slash at Reincarnation King. His left eye of destiny and right eye of reincarnation trembled lightly once again. The great fate vortex, reincarnation heavenly river, reincarnation giant beast, and great reincarnation crack were unleashed one after another, shaking all directions. At the same time, the completed reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. It was filled with vastness, majesty, and holiness as it pressed down together. The space of the universe was completely sealed off by his attack. The unparalleled destructive power pressed down on Luanhui Wang. Luanhui Wang steadied his body. His eyes became even colder. With a low roar, his innate reincarnation eye trembled slightly. The reincarnation blood sea emerged. The reincarnation heavenly waterfall reappeared. The reincarnation disc trembled once again as it bombarded towards Lin Tian. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed. The space of the universe was constantly collapsing and being destroyed. Purple blood and red blood splashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought fiercely for a total of 49 days. In these 49 days, the reincarnation light, the power of fortune, the reincarnation sword, and the reincarnation millstone collided again and again. Lin Tian was shattered hundreds of times. Luanhui Wang was also shattered hundreds of times. The blood of the two of them was annihilated inch by inch in the universe. On this day, 49 days later, Luanhui Wang was covered in blood. Cracks were all over his body. He was severely injured. The reincarnation disc was also filled with cracks. It seemed like it would collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian was also severely injured. After dozens of days of fierce battle, at this moment his body was like Luanhui Wang. It was also filled with cracks. The saint energy in his body was almost exhausted. His reincarnation eye and eye of destiny had already closed and disappeared. They turned into ordinary eyes. Under the situation where his saint energy was almost exhausted, he could no longer support these two pairs of divine eyes. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, as his saint energy was almost exhausted, his vision was a little blurred. I've said it before, an ant will always be an ant. Only defeat awaits. Luanhui Wang was covered in blood. He was not much better than Lin Tian. However, his reincarnation eye was still maintained. It was born from reincarnation. It was different from Lin Tian's reincarnation eye. His reincarnation eye was born. It was reincarnation eye since birth. It did not need saint energy to maintain it. The current him, although his injuries were the same as Lin Tian's, his innate reincarnation eye allowed him to maintain an absolute advantage at this moment. Under the situation where his injuries were exactly the same as Lin Tian's, he was able to maintain an absolute advantage. He looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were cold as if he was a monarch looking down at the world. You are the first person who can hurt me to this extent. You should be proud of yourself. Take your petty hatred with you and die contentedly. The past, the present, and the future. This world belongs to me. I control this world and control the complete reincarnation. No one can stop me. With a boom, his reincarnation eye trembled slightly. Within it, dense reincarnation Tao patterns revolved, and the reincarnation Tao patterns on his face glowed as well. Dense reincarnation light surged out, and even though it wasn't as powerful as before, it was still a piece of cake for it to destroy the current Lin Tian. Lin Tian's aura was weak. His reincarnation eye and eye of destiny could not be maintained. His vision was even a little blurred. He could clearly feel that this reincarnation light could easily kill the current him. However, facing this surging reincarnation light, he looked at Luanhui Wang. There was no fear in his expression. You have no future. Death is your only ending today." As his words fell, strands of Saint runes of order appeared outside his body and surrounded him. Immediately, at the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura surged out from his body. It caused the universe space to tremble. Huge cracks appeared one after another. The entire universe seemed like it was going to explode at the next moment. Ever since he stepped into this place and fought fiercely with Luin Hui King until now, the battle had lasted for more than 10 days. All of the destructive power that Luin Hui King bombarded his body with had been smelted by his divine ability of order, all this while, at this moment, it erupted. For dozens of days, all the power that Luin Hui Wang bombarded on his body was unleashed twice at this moment. Absolute counterattack. Berserk fluctuations surged around his body. A hurricane of destruction spread out from his body. At this moment, his aura had reached an extremely high level. It was as if he had stepped out of the profound heaven realm and reached an even higher level. Luin Hui Wang's expression changed immediately. He couldn't stop trembling. The reincarnation light that was prepared to suppress Lin Tian with his reincarnation eye was instantly crushed by the aura emitted by Lin Tian. You! At this moment, this true master of the celestial court, Luin Hui Wang, who was born from reincarnation, his previous cold expression completely disappeared. It was replaced by fear. The aura emitted by Lin Tian at this moment made him tremble uncontrollably. At the next moment, with a swoosh, he didn't hesitate. With endless fear, he directly fled to the distance. Outside Lin Tian's body, countless saint runes of order revolved. Looking at Luin Hui Wang, who was fleeing in fear, he didn't chase after him. Grandpa, third uncle, third aunt, seventh uncle, Bebe, Xiongzi, Dago, Little Shirtu, Little Chili Pepper. One by one, familiar names came out from his mouth. In the end, it turned into a furious roar. Luin Hui Wang! The saint energy that could truly destroy heaven and earth erupted from his body. Looking at Luin Hui Wang, who was fleeing in fear, he waved his fist. Endless destructive power wrapped around the tip of his fist and turned into a destructive fist light. In an instant, Luin Hui Wang was submerged in it. The universe rumbled. There was no time to scream, no chance to scream. In just an instant, under this destructive fist light, Luin Hui Wang's entire body disintegrated. Both his body and soul were exterminated. The reincarnation disc beside him also turned into ashes along with it. Chapter 2348. The universe in all directions shook violently, and the aura of destruction gradually subsided in the next moment. The center of this universe was much quieter in an instant, and only the melodious sound of the flute could be heard. Then, the sound of the flute gradually dissipated. Wu Yi's white robe was whiter than snow, and she no longer played the reincarnation tribulation song. Only the vigorous holy light interweaved in the center of this universe, supporting the space for everyone who had sacrificed their cultivation and lost their cultivation to survive in the universe. Everyone was in the space supported by Wu Yi, and they were all in a daze at this moment. Then, everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly, and they were all excited. We won! Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but roar out, clenching its claws. Dad, Lin Tian, Big Brother, Master, Immortal Emperor. Everyone looked at Lin Tian at this moment. Everyone's face was full of excitement, and everyone's eyes were full of excitement. We won! Reincarnation King of the Celestial Court was killed by Lin Tian on this day. Junior Brother, Fengshin, Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, and Solar Heavenly Lord looked at Lin Tian with smiles on their faces. Reincarnation King was killed, and Rakshasa King, Netherworld King, and the others had disappeared. More than 10 sinners who made their junior brother fall into deep hatred were all dead on this day. On this day, their little junior brother finally got his revenge. This world is truly peaceful. The countless lives that we lost can finally rest in peace today. Martial ancestors said. Previously, when I saw that Kid couldn't even support Rinnegan and Eye of Destiny, I thought it was over. I didn't expect there to be such a reversal. Old Gangster's face was full of shock. At the very end, that punch seemed to be the power of order, a supernatural power of order. Old Taoist was also shocked. What kind of supernatural power of order did he deduce? To be able to burst out such a terrifying power with one punch, what a stunning punch. Primitive Emperor praised. Everyone was in the holy splendor space that Wu Yi had created. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Tian. Luan Hui Wang was killed. Lin Tian's great enmity was completely avenged. This world was truly at peace. Because of this, they were extremely happy. At the same time, they were also shocked by Lin Tian's final fist. The might of that punch shook the minds of everyone. In front of him, Lin Tian was covered in blood as he stood in space. The reincarnation heart, sutra, circulated automatically in his body. His injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even as he stood in this extremely dilapidated universe, his body of reincarnation couldn't help but tremble slightly. The old patriarch who raised him up, the aunts and uncles who loved him dearly, the playmates who grew up with him, all of them were no longer around. Luan Hui Wang and the others who made him lose all of them were all killed by him today. This blood feud was finally avenged. Even as he stood in this dilapidated universe, the faces of the old patriarch and the others seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. They appeared in front of him one by one. They smiled at him, they waved at him, and then they dissipated one after another. His nose was slightly sour as he wiped away a drop of tear from the corner of his eye. His whole person instantly became incomparably relaxed. In the dilapidated universe battlefield, he turned around and walked towards Wu Yi and the others. In just a flash, he arrived in front of them. "Congratulations," Wu Yi said softly. A gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face, adding a bit of light to this dilapidated universe. The blood feud was finally avenged today. It was reasonable to be happy. Lin Tian nodded heavily, looked at her, and then looked at the others. "Daddy." Ruoxian trotted forward and threw herself on Lin Tian. Although she had lost all her cultivation and became an ordinary person, in the saint energy space supported by Wu Yi, her movements were not affected at all in this universe. Lin Tian stroked Ruoxian's hair lovingly, and then looked at Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the others. He looked at his 9 senior brothers, looked at Bai Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and the others, looked at the old gangster and the old Taoist, looked at his 2 disciples, Snow Wolf and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. They sacrificed all their cultivation and turned it into power for him. Although they were still alive, they had all become ordinary people. From a powerful cultivator to an ordinary person, this was like falling from heaven to hell in an instant. "Kid, don't frown." Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth and said, "Didn't your senior brother say that it's only cultivation? It's not a big deal. We are all still alive now. As for cultivation, we can just cultivate again in the future. Moreover, if we don't sacrifice our cultivation to you, we will all be killed by Luan Hui Wang. That's not a pity at all." "That's right, kid. Don't think too much." White Tiger also opened his mouth. They were all extremely powerful beast cultivators. They had reached an extremely high level. Therefore, even if they sacrificed their cultivation and lost their battle power, they could still speak human language. "Little brother, don't mind it. On the contrary, you should feel proud. We should thank you." Primitive Emperor opened his mouth and said, "You are the one who fought at the forefront. You are the one who shed blood. What we sacrificed is really nothing. On this day, you have avenged your family and friends. You have also avenged the countless creatures that died in the hands of the celestial court. At the same time, You have protected the countless creatures that still exist in this world, allowing this world to be truly peaceful. On the other hand, we have come here without losing a single person. It's just a little bit of cultivation. What is it? Looking at Lin Tian, he had a gentle smile on his face. For us, this day is an absolute victory. On this day, at this time, you don't need to have any worries. Congratulations and happiness are the most suitable for you. Lin Tian opened his mouth. Although Primitive Emperor's words were true, he still didn't feel good in his heart. It was also at this time that another voice sounded. Primitive Emperor, you have summed it up well. An old drunkard and Qing Xian appeared in this place together. Master's wife. Lin Tian immediately went forward to greet them. Master's wife. Grandmaster's wife. Fengshan Tianzuan and the Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord stepped forward. Ruoxian also stepped forward and spoke one after another. Human King, Saintess of all heavens, finally came out. The old drunkard spoke, paused for a moment, and suddenly rolled his eyes. This feeling. You guys have been watching from the side. The old Taoist, Primitive Emperor, Martial Ancestor, and the other former top powerhouses all had their eyes on an old drunkard and Qingxian, and more of their gazes fell on an old drunkard, because an old drunkard was the human king. You really watched from the side, didn't make a move? The old Taoist stared. An old drunkard smiled faintly. If I made a move, it would be meaningless. He wants to take revenge with his own hands. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian beside him and reached out to rub Lin Tian's head. His eyes were gentle. You did well. Now, do you feel relaxed? He knew best that this little disciple of his had suffered too much all these years. Hatred almost crushed him. Yes, Lin Tian nodded. The blood feud had been avenged. Now, it was as if a part of the sky that had been pressing down on his shoulders had been removed. He felt much more relaxed. Then he opened his mouth and looked at Fengshan Tianzuan and the others. But Senior Brother and the others and everyone else, all of their cultivations, except for Wu Yi, who played the Reincarnation Tribulation song and supported the living space. Everyone else had all given him their cultivations and turned them into his power. On this day, they had all become ordinary mortals. Although everyone was enlightening him, he still couldn't take it to heart. An old drunkard smiled faintly. It's not a big deal. He rubbed Lin Tian's head again, and his right hand landed on Lin Tian's chest. The aura of time and space surged, and a circle of holy light appeared, turning into a large expanse of gentle light that spread out. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Fengshan, Tianzuan, and the others who had lost their cultivations. In an instant, Fengshan, Tianzuan, and the others trembled. Except for Wu Yi, everyone who had lost their cultivations began to feel their essence, qi, and spirit rapidly rising. This is... The old drunkard's eyes widened. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his lost cultivation was recovering at an extremely shocking speed. In just an instant, he had returned to the Saint King realm, and there was no immortal ascension, tribulation. At the same time, everyone else also felt their cultivations recovering rapidly, and they were all shocked. Buzz! The gentle light continued to intertwine in this broken universe, and circles of light entered everyone's bodies. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and Fengshan, Tianzuan, and the others who had lost their cultivations all recovered their cultivations. At this moment, there was no need for Wu Yi to continue supporting the living space. Everyone could now survive in this part of the universe. Everyone was stunned at this moment, and they could not stop trembling. Even the immortal spirit ancestor was no exception. They had clearly sacrificed all their cultivations and turned them into pure energy for Lin Tian. But now an old drunkard had made a move. In just dozens of breaths, they had all lost their cultivations that had been sacrificed, and they had all recovered. What kind of method was this? In just dozens of breaths, They had all recovered their lost cultivations. Was this something that a human could do? Human king, you, the immortal spirit ancestor, looked at an old drunkard in shock. He was called the Old Demon by the Celestial Court, and was the person whom the Celestial Court feared the most besides the human king. He knew very well that the human king was very terrifying, but he did not expect it to be this terrifying. He could actually recover all their lost cultivations in just dozens of breaths. What kind of strength did one need to be able to do this? Just from this scene, he knew that an old drunkard's true height had completely overturned his understanding of the world. At this moment, he felt that if an old drunkard wanted to make a move, the Celestial Court's Luanhui Wang would definitely not be able to take even one move. The difference in level was too great. At this moment, seeing everyone's cultivations recover in the blink of an eye, even someone as calm as Wu Yi's eyes could not help but fluctuate. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well, but this shock disappeared in the blink of an eye. In his heart, his teacher was omnipotent. At this moment, as his 9 senior brothers, his precious daughter, Jiyu, and the rest of the people's cultivations were all recovered by an old drunkard, he completely relaxed. "Thank you, master!" "Thank you." Looking at his teacher in front of him, his face was filled with excitement. Then, in the next moment, he suddenly trembled slightly, and a wave of dizziness came from his head. Their cultivations turned into power and entered your body, using you as a medium to cast a technique. You will be weak for a while, but you will recover very quickly. An old drunkard said. Lin Tian nodded, and just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed again. He found that an old drunkard's body had become a little fainter. "Master, what's wrong with you?" He became anxious. At the same time, Fengxian, Tianzuin, and the rest, as well as Ruoxian and the rest, also discovered this situation, and each of their expressions changed. "Master, what's wrong with you?" "Grandmaster, your body?" Fengxian, Tianzuin, and the rest, as well as Ruoxian, spoke one after another. Immortal spirit ancestor and the rest were also moved, and each of their gazes fell on an old drunkard. Lin Tian was the most anxious, and his palms were sweating. "Master, what's wrong with you?" His teacher was like a father to him, and if something happened to him, he really could not bear it. An old drunkard looked at him with a gentle expression. "It's easy to destroy, but it's hard to rebuild. To recover their cultivations, we have to pay a price." He smiled and said, "However, there's no need to worry. It's just a wisp of soul that was once projected into the 9th dimension. It's not a big deal." Chapter 2349. Soul Remembrance. Lin Tian's expression changed. "Master, this isn't your original body." Fengxian, Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, and the other 8 people's expressions changed slightly. At the same time, the immortal spirit ancestor, Old Gangster, and the others' expressions changed. Even Wu Yi's expression changed. It was just a wisp of soul remembrance, but it was so powerful. "No, it's not my original body now. It's never been my original body." An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and smiled faintly. "However, there were many disturbances when I projected my soul remembrance. There were many flaws in my memory. I was even forced to reincarnate once when I first projected my soul remembrance. It wasn't until I brought you into the cycle of reincarnation that I was affected by the cycle of reincarnation that I remembered this." Lin Tian's expression changed again. "Master, do you mean that when you accepted eldest senior brother, the others, and me, it was your soul remembrance? It was always your soul remembrance." His eyes were filled with shock. All this time, the master of him and his 9 senior brothers was only a wisp of soul remembrance. "Master, is that true?" Fengxian, Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, and the other 8 people's expressions all changed. At the same time, the immortal spirit ancestor, Old Gangster, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. "Is it really like what Kid Lin said?" Old Gangster's eyes almost popped out. He looked at an old drunkard, like a mortal looking at a legendary immortal. You can reincarnate with just a wisp of soul remembrance, regenerate a physical body, and cultivate again. Soul remembrance was equivalent to a wisp of spiritual consciousness. It was completely insignificant. Just a wisp of soul remembrance could be reincarnated and cultivated. He could not understand at all. How powerful did one need to be able to do such a thing? At this moment, everyone looked at an old drunkard. Lin Tian was the most concerned. He stared at an old drunkard in front of him without blinking. An old drunkard smiled faintly as he rubbed Lin Tian's head and said, "It's like that. Your mistress and I are the same. Back then, when we projected our souls into this world from the 9th dimension, we were both greatly disturbed by certain matters and were even forced to reincarnate separately. Fortunately, we were branded with the heart-linking seal at the beginning, so even though we were forced to reincarnate separately, we were still able to find each other in this world in the end. In terms of memories, I only recovered them during the cycle of reincarnation." Hearing an old drunkard's affirmation, the shock in Lin Tian's eyes grew even stronger. Then he couldn't help but look at Qing Xian. Master's wife, it was actually just a strand of soul from the very beginning. Master, at the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and the primal chaos, heavenly sovereign, were even more shocked. The shock in the eyes of the others became even denser. The impact of this matter on everyone was simply too great. In this world, the legendary invincible human monarch was actually just a strand of soul from the very beginning. The human monarch's Tao companion, the All-Heaven Saintess, was the same. She was also just a strand of soul from the very beginning. Grandmaster, Grand Preceptor's wife, Ruoxian's eyes widened. This matter was too shocking. Everyone, including Lin Tian, who was now in the mysterious heaven realm, was shocked. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that everyone reluctantly accepted this fact, but it was difficult for them to calm down. Master, you mentioned that you projected your soul from the 9th dimension. Your and mistress's bodies are in the 9th dimension, right? Lin Tian asked. Everyone else also looked at an old drunkard. Facing everyone's gaze, an old drunkard nodded. That's right. Then is it a new world on a higher level? Lin Tian asked. To be precise, it's a new world on a higher level, an old drunkard said. As soon as he said this, Lin Tian's expression changed. By Ziki, Whooshing Crocodile, Ling Yin, and the others were also shocked, because an old drunkard said, "Heaven and earth. More than one world. There are other worlds outside this one." Looking at an old drunkard, Lin Tian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently. An old drunkard nodded. The space we are in now is called the 4-dimensional world. Above it is the 5-dimensional world, the 6-dimensional world, the 7-dimensional world, the 8-dimensional world, and the 9-dimensional world. The 4-dimensional world, the 5-dimensional world, the 6-dimensional world, the 7-dimensional world, the 8-dimensional world, and the 9-dimensional world. Lin Tian was stunned and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "So, there is more than one world." Everyone else was also in a daze. In the past countless years, all of them thought that there was only one world. Who would have thought that this wasn't the case? An old drunkard nodded and said, "The worlds above, in layman's terms, are spaces of a higher dimension. Each level is stronger than the previous one. The 5-dimensional world surpasses the 4-dimensional world. The 6-dimensional world surpasses the 5-dimensional world. The 7-dimensional world surpasses the 6-dimensional world. The 8-dimensional world surpasses the 7-dimensional world. And the 9-dimensional world surpasses the 8-dimensional world. The two worlds adjacent to each other are similar to the difference between the celestial realm of nothingness and an ordinary planet. The living beings, spiritual energy, rules, and laws that exist in each world are qualitatively different when compared to each other. Let me give a simple example. In the 4-dimensional world, if an ordinary person doesn't embark on the path of cultivation, Their lifespan is about 100 years. In the five-dimensional world, an ordinary living being can live up to 1,000 years, even if they don't cultivate. In terms of strength, even if they don't cultivate, they have at least the combat power of the sea of knowledge level. This is the difference between the two worlds. He continued, if we compare it to the cultivation world, the difference between the two worlds adjacent to each other is even greater. In the four-dimensional world, those powerful bloodlines or monarch physiques are nothing when compared to the five-dimensional world. The higher dimension suppresses the lower dimension. Lin Tian was in a daze as he listened. His heart was filled with shock. In the five-dimensional world, an ordinary living being can live up to 1,000 years, even if they don't cultivate. Can they live for 1,000 years? In their world, those powerful bloodlines or monarch physiques are nothing when compared to the five-dimensional world. This was just like what old Drunkard had said. It was truly a difference of dimensions. Then, that is to say, after the mystic heaven realm, there are higher realms? He continued to ask. In fact, he already knew this when he saw an old Drunkard restore everyone's cultivation. Because that method was simply too heaven-defying. It was definitely not something a mystic heaven realm cultivator could do. Not to mention, an old Drunkard was only a strand of his soul. If a strand of his soul had the ability to leave his body and reincarnate, and his strength was far stronger than a mystic heaven realm cultivator, then the cultivation of an old Drunkard's main body was naturally even more frightening. It probably surpassed the mystic heaven realm by an endless amount. After the mystic heaven realm, there were naturally higher realms. Beside him, the others also looked at an old Drunkard. They were extremely concerned about this point. An old Drunkard naturally wouldn't hide it and said, the mystic heaven realm is also known as the four-dimensional realm. After that, it is the Tao conversion realm, manifestation realm, pure sun realm, fifth dimension, Hotian realm, heaven realm, Scientian realm, sixth dimension, silent void realm, silent God realm, silent soul realm, seventh dimension, alpha origin realm, breaking desolation realm, tribulation realm, eighth dimension, primordial realm, creation realm, tribulation realm, ninth dimension, and finally, the supreme of heaven and earth. He continued, among these realms, the tribulation realm and the tribulation realm are more special. In these two realms, every time you advance a small stage, the tribulation realm will attract 1,000-stage heavenly tribulation, and the tribulation realm will attract a 10,000-stage heavenly tribulation. Therefore, they are called the tribulation realm and the tribulation realm. It can be said that these two realms are completely destructive. Lin Tian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. There were actually so many realms after the mystic heaven realm. Although he had already guessed that the mystic heaven realm wasn't the end of cultivation and that there were other realms after it, he didn't expect there to be so many. After calculating, there were a total of 21 realms after the mystic heaven realm. Moreover, in the tribulation realm, every time you advance a small stage, you will attract 1,000-stage heavenly tribulation. And in the tribulation realm, every time you advance a small stage, you will attract a 10,000-stage heavenly tribulation. What kind of regret was that? All along, he had thought that his heavenly tribulation was terrifying enough, including the heavenly tribulation that mutated after he came out of the space-time dimension. The maximum number of heavenly tribulation realm lightning punishment was 81. But what he didn't expect was that the tribulation realm and the tribulation realm would attract 1,000-stage heavenly tribulation realm lightning punishment and 10,000-stage heavenly tribulation realm lightning punishment. Could he survive that? It was simply destruction for the sake of destruction. Most importantly, in those two realms, every time you advance a small stage, you will attract 1,000-stage heavenly tribulation and 10,000-stage heavenly tribulation. On the side, the others were also shocked. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by the mystic heaven empress's realms, but they were also shocked by the tribulation realm and the tribulation realm. They were all stunned. Lin Tian paused and put away the shock in his heart. He thought of something and asked an old drunkard, "Master, what realm is your original body at?" When he asked this, the others immediately looked at an old drunkard. They were all very concerned about this point. An old drunkard smiled faintly. Beside him, Qin Xian opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Your master is the king of eternity in the 9th dimension." When she said this, everyone was stunned and then trembled violently. King of eternity in the 9th dimension. What did this mean? "Master, you are the supreme of heaven and earth." Lin Tian was shocked. An old drunkard smiled faintly and nodded. After receiving this affirmative answer, Lin Tian was even more shocked. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Beside him, Feng Xin Tianzuin, Primal Chaos, Heavenly Venerable, and the rest of the 9 were all shocked and excited like him. After all, this was their master. Their master was the supreme of heaven and earth. How could they not be excited? At the same time, the immortal spirit ancestor and the others were extremely shocked. It turned out that the human king they knew was actually that level of existence. That scared me to death. That scared me to death. Whooshing crocodile and white tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Little Taichu followed closely behind. His big eyes almost fell on an old drunkard. That scared me to death. Lin Tian's master was so terrifying, supreme of heaven and earth. Grandmaster, you are so powerful. Ruoxian's eyes lit up. Then she looked at Qin Xian. Grand Preceptor's wife, are you also a supreme of heaven and earth? Qin Xian rubbed Ruoxian's head dotingly and smiled. No, my main body is in the 9th dimension. There are only 9 people in the 9th dimension who are at the supreme of heaven and earth level. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Tian. Only then did she open her mouth again. With a gentle smile on her face, she said to Ruoxian, "Your grandfather and grandmother are both at this height. P.S. Let everyone know. Up until now, all the realms in the 10 direction have been released by everyone. There won't be any other realms in the future. Dragon also told everyone about this before. These realms and geographical divisions were set from the beginning. It wasn't something that Dragon wanted to write endlessly. It was still the same heartfelt words that Dragon had said to everyone back then. In fact, as more and more things were involved, it was really tiring to continue writing now. Continuing to write this book was far less relaxing than Dragon Kaisen. In fact, Dragon's royalties for starting a new book would be much higher than continuing to write this book. The reason why Dragon continued to write was to complete the story he set at the beginning for everyone to read. After all, it still involved Lin Tian's parents, Lin Tian's sealed soul root, why Lin Tian was sent to the 4th dimension, and why the human king came to the 4th dimension. Also, although Dragon had designed many realms in this book, Dragon's progress in the realms of the characters in the book had always been faster. Therefore, the total number of words in this book was actually not that many compared to all the novels currently. Although Dark Sky Empress still had 21 realms in this book, the progress of the realms would be faster than before. Therefore, it wouldn't take too long to write. In short, I hope everyone can understand. Thank you. Chapter 2350. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Ruoxian was stunned. Grandpa, Grandma. Then she tilted her head and looked at her father, Lin Tian. At the same time, everyone else also looked at Lin Tian, their eyes full of shock. Ruoxian's grandparents. Weren't they Lin Tian's parents? Lin Tian's parents were both supremes of heaven and earth. Lin Tian's body of reincarnation trembled violently, and his heartbeat accelerated several times in an instant. Master's wife, just now you said. His voice was trembling a bit. Then he hurriedly looked towards the old drunkard beside him. Even his great success reincarnation body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Master, Once he was picked up and raised by the old patriarch. After that, he almost never thought about his parents. He only thought about his parents when Wu Yi and the divine Qi Mu Xing Shu were reunited, but he didn't think too much about it. However, this didn't mean that he didn't care about his parents. In fact, he cared a lot about them. Who in this world wouldn't care about their parents? Originally, he thought that he would never come into contact with anything related to his parents, and he would never know who his parents were. He even guessed that his parents might have passed away a long time ago. However, he never imagined that he would hear about his parents right here, right now, from his master's wife. How could he not be moved? How could he not be moved? Don't worry. An old drunkard naturally understood Lin Tian's feelings at this time. He smiled gently. There has always been a saying in the 9th dimension. Throughout the ages, there is only the eternal celestial emperor. It refers to your father, the celestial emperor. There is another saying, in the world there is only the goddess. It refers to your mother, the goddess. Both of them are at the level of supremes of heaven and earth. Lin Tian heard this and became even more excited. His body of reincarnation couldn't help but tremble slightly. From the moment he could remember until now, he finally knew who his parents were. Moreover, from an old drunkard's words and expression, his parents were undoubtedly still alive. In the future, he would be able to see his parents. At this moment, he was only excited because he knew who his parents were. As for how powerful his parents were, he had neglected them. On the other side, the others were already very surprised when they heard Qing Xian mention Ruoxian's grandparents. Now that they heard the old drunkard's words, the shock in their eyes became even stronger, and all of them widened their eyes. Father is the celestial emperor. Mother is goddess. Supremes of heaven and earth. This. The 5 elements crocodile stuttered and was almost petrified on the spot. The celestial emperor's parents are the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the celestial court trembled slightly. They were extremely shocked. The old gangster looked at Lin Tian, and his eyes almost popped out at this time. My goodness! His background. Lin Tian was actually the son of the celestial emperor and goddess in the 9th dimension. Everyone was completely and utterly stunned at this moment. What kind of person dared to be called the celestial emperor? What kind of person could be called goddess? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Not to mention the realm. Just these 2 titles alone were enough to make people feel awe and veneration. Without a doubt, the 2 people, Lin Tian's parents, were almost invincible even at the level of supremes of heaven and earth. Grandpa, Grandma, after the shock, Ruoxian was very excited. She had never thought about her grandparents. She didn't expect that on this day she would learn about her grandparents from Qing Xian and an old drunkard. Her grandparents were actually such powerful existences. After the shock, Jiyu by Qiu Shui Sushu Yenya the Violet Fairy and Lin, she couldn't help but be excited and happy. They were excited for Lin Tian, happy for Lin Tian, and even Wu Yi was no exception. Congratulations. A gentle smile appeared on Wu Yi's beautiful face. On this day, this was the 2nd time she said these 2 words to Lin Tian Dao. Congratulations, Lin Tian. Lord Big Brother, congratulations. Congratulations, Big Brother. Master, congratulations. Jiyu by Qiu Shui Sushu Yenya the Violet Fairy, Lin Shi Yitong, and the little fox spoke one after another. On this day, Lin Tian killed Luan Hui Wang, Xian Tian, and Xian Di, avenging his blood feud. Then, on this day, he learned about his background and who his parents were, and that they were still alive. They were all very happy. By Ziki, Fanning Xiong, and Shui Shui, Jiang Luoluo, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, and White Tiger also congratulated him. Congratulations, Lord Immortal Emperor. 10 billion immortal soldiers and immortal generals shouted in unison, all of them excited and excited. This day was really a good day for their leader. Lin Tian was naturally the most excited. It was only after dozens of breaths that he calmed down a little. After calming down a little, he thought of another question. He looked at an old drunkard and asked, Then, Master, why did they? He paused and changed his question. Why am I in this world? His parents were from the 9th dimension heaven, and they were the supreme beings of the 9th dimension heaven. He should have been born in the 9th dimension heaven, but why was he in the 4th dimension heaven when he was still an infant? When he asked this question, he was more or less uneasy, afraid that he was abandoned. If that was the case, he would rather not know who his parents were. Hearing his question, the people around him could not help but be puzzled. Indeed, since Lin Tian's parents were the heavenly emperor and goddess of the 9th dimension heaven, then Lin Tian was definitely born in the 9th dimension heaven. However, in fact, Lin Tian was picked up and raised in this world by the old patriarch. This was very strange. Lin Tian looked straight at an old drunkard. He could not help but clench his fists. At this moment, he became a little nervous. He was afraid of hearing something bad. An old drunkard naturally knew what Lin Tian was worried about. You're afraid that you were abandoned by your parents? Looking at Lin Tian, he smiled warmly and said, How could such a thing happen? They sent you down here because they had the highest expectations for you. It is somewhat similar to the reason why your teacher's wife and I sent our soul thoughts to this world. When Lin Tian heard this, he instantly relaxed. The uneasiness in his heart disappeared without a trace. He was really afraid that he was abandoned. Then, why did they send me to this world? Also, Master, why did you and your master's wife project your souls to this world? He asked. Beside him, Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Celestial Lord, and the rest of the people also looked at an old drunkard. Everyone was very curious about why Lin Tian was sent to this 4-dimensional world by the heavenly emperor and goddess, and why an old drunkard and Qing Xian projected their souls to this world from the 9th dimension heaven. They all wanted to know. An old drunkard naturally intended to tell Lin Tian about this matter, since he mentioned it. However, at this time, when Lin Tian asked about this matter, an old drunkard did not directly answer. Instead, he asked Lin Tiandao, Do you know among all the known worlds, which world do the true powerhouses fear the most? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. Why did he suddenly ask this question? However, although he had doubts in his heart, he did not care. Looking at an old drunkard's expression, he thought for a while and said uncertainly, It's this 4-dimensional world. An old drunkard smiled faintly and patted Lin Tian's head gently. That's right, he said. Above the 4-dimensional world, there are the 5th dimension heaven, the 6th dimension heaven, the 7th dimension heaven, the 8th dimension heaven, and the 9th dimension heaven. These 5 worlds are only formed by endless stars and an incomparably vast central world. Unlike the 4-dimensional world, which has endless stars, countless small worlds, countless large worlds, numerous extremely large worlds, and a few large universes. In terms of comprehensive dimensions, the 5 worlds far surpass this 4-dimensional world. Among them, the 5th dimension heaven has 5 types of 5th dimension law. The 6th dimension heaven has 6 types of 6th dimension law. The 7th dimension heaven has 7 types of 7th dimension law. The 8th dimension heaven has 8 types of 8th dimension law, and the 9th dimension heaven has 9 types of 9th dimension law. They are considered the strongest foundation of each of the 5 worlds, and are the pillars of strength of each of the 5 worlds. Each dimension is stronger than the last, and each dimension is more terrifying than the last. However, no matter how high the dimensions of the 5 worlds are, no matter how terrifying their fundamental laws are, they're nothing in front of the 4th dimension law of this 4-dimensional world. If one can completely control the 4th dimension law, everything else will seem pale and powerless. Everything will be as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, that Zong's 4th dimension law is too unusual, not to mention completely controlling it. Even controlling it is almost impossible. On the other hand, if one is unable to completely control it, its might will not have any advantage compared to the 5th dimension law, the 6th dimension law, and the 7th dimension law. In an extremely long period of time, there were countless experts who tried to control it. However, Each and every one of them ended up in the most miserable state. Moreover, the majority of the experts believed that it was impossible for anyone to completely control the fourth dimension law, not even the sovereigns of heaven and earth. After that, gradually, no one dared to try to control the fourth dimension law. However, after that, after a long period of time, there were still people who managed to successfully control the fourth dimension law. Two people, an old drunkard, looked at Lin Tiandao with a gentle smile. One is Luan Hui King, and the other is you. When Lin Tiandao heard this, he was immediately moved and revealed a shocked expression. That fourth dimension law sect is reincarnation. At the same time, the others were also moved. After listening to an old drunkard's words, they had also guessed this point. Were the supreme experts in the higher realms fearful of this realm because of the reincarnation cycle? That's right, it's reincarnation. An old drunkard said, Luan Hui King is a saint spirit that was born from reincarnation. He is considered to be blessed by the heavens as he was born with the ability to control reincarnation. He was born with the eye of reincarnation. However, up until now, the reincarnation that he has controlled is only the tip of the iceberg of the complete reincarnation. The reason why he smelted the universes of this world was because he wanted to smelt all of them and absorb the power of all living things in this world so that he could control the complete reincarnation in his hands. Unfortunately, even though he was born from reincarnation and had the advantage of being blessed by the heavens, it is still impossible for him to control the complete reincarnation. He is far from having that kind of potential. No matter what he does, it is all in vain. As he said that, he looked at Lin Tiandao. His eyes became deep and there were traces of light interweaving. The reason why your parents sent you down here was because they expected you to be able to control the complete reincarnation. That is because you have that kind of potential. In terms of potential, no matter if it is me, your father, or your mother, none of us can compare to you. Chapter 2351. Upon hearing an old drunkard's words, Lin Tian's expression changed. Beside him, everyone else's expression changed as well. Lin Tian's parents sent Lin Tian from the ninth dimension to this world in hopes that Lin Tian would be able to control the complete cycle of reincarnation. Lin Tian's potential was so great that even an old drunkard, the heavenly emperor, and the goddess could not compare to it. But, Master, I've never felt like someone wanted me to control reincarnation. Lin Tian opened his mouth and looked at an old drunkard in confusion. Moreover, in terms of potential, how can I compare to you, Master? Being sent from the ninth dimension to this world in the fourth dimension, if his parents really wanted him to control the complete cycle of reincarnation, they would definitely have left him such a clue. However, he had never felt such a feeling before. As for the potential that an old drunkard mentioned, this made him even more confused. Regarding his parents, whom he had never met, he only knew the height of their realm. Fundamentally speaking, he was not clear about the abilities and potential of his parents. However, an old drunkard, the master in front of him, he was very clear about his abilities and potential. Although he seemed to have undergone a transformation after recovering his memories in the illusory flame galaxy and his previous life, and his potential was stronger than Wui's, he did not think that he could compare to his master. However, his master said such a thing at this time, saying that his potential was far inferior to his. This made him unable to understand. An old drunkard smiled faintly. His right hand moved slightly, and a stone seal the size of a baby's fist appeared. It was densely covered with ancient runes, and each ancient rune was incomparably profound and complex, like the sacred runes at the beginning of the world. It was difficult to understand. Lin Tian's expression changed again, and his expression changed slightly. He couldn't really understand the ancient patterns on the stone seal, but he could feel an extremely familiar aura from it at the first moment. Master, this is? He could not help but ask. An old drunkard said, the stone seal that your father refined. When Lin Tian heard this, his body trembled slightly. No wonder he felt a very familiar aura from the stone seal. This stone seal was actually made by his father, whom he had never met. That Grandpa refined it. Ruashian was shocked. Wu yi jiu by Chiu, and the others all looked at the stone seal in an old drunkard's hand and were all moved. On the other side, Feng Shen Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Celestial Venerable, Sun Celestial Venerable, and the others were also shocked. This small stone seal, the size of a baby's fist, was actually made by the celestial sovereign of the 9th dimension. Lin Tian's gaze was fixed on the stone seal. This was because this stone seal was made by his father, whom he had never met. Looking at this stone seal and feeling the familiar aura on it made him feel as if he had met his father. An old drunkard looked at him and smiled gently. Now, you must have a lot of doubts in your heart. Don't worry. Master will slowly explain them to you. As he spoke, he paused slightly and asked, "Do you know what a soul root is?" Soul root? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. He thought for a while and said, "I don't know." This was the first time he had heard of this word, and he did not understand it at all. "I don't know either. What is that, Grandmaster?" Ruashian was also curious and asked an old drunkard. "Master, what does that mean?" Feng Shan Tianzuin also asked. For a moment, everyone looked at an old drunkard. Like Lin Tianyi, this was the first time everyone had heard of the word soul root, and they did not know what it was at all. An old drunkard smiled and said, "It's normal that you don't know, because there is no such thing in the 4th dimension. It only exists in the 5th dimension." He said, "The so-called soul root is the foundation of the soul and spirit. It is the source of the potential of all living beings. It is more important than the origin of life and is the most important thing for all living beings. In the upper dimension, those powerful orthodoxies and families judge the quality of their disciples and family members by examining the soul root." He looked at Lin Tian and did not stop. Wisps of light intertwined in his eyes, and he continued, "Back then, when your master's wife and I brought you into the reincarnation cycle, we were affected by the reincarnation cycle and recovered our memories in the 9th dimension. At that time, we saw that you were special. 90% of your soul root was sealed by an extremely powerful technique, which suppressed your aptitude and potential infinitely. That kind of sealing technique was exquisite and mysterious, and it was definitely not something that a cultivator in the 4th dimension could perform. It was done by a supreme being of heaven and earth. After that, your master's wife and I reincarnated and recovered our memories in the 9th dimension. We also remembered that we saw your soul root in the reincarnation cycle, so we went to the place where the old patriarch picked you up. There, we found this extraordinary stone, sealed buried under the soil. After that, through it, we gradually learned many things. This stone seal was refined by your father when he sent you into this world. It entered your body and entered this world together with you. It left behind a lot of information for you, including your identity, the reason why you were sent down, the fact that 90% of your soul root was sealed, and the ancient technique to unseal it. Originally, this stone seal should have existed in your body. However, after you entered this world, it was disturbed by some reason and fell out of your body. Back then, when the old patriarch picked you up, the stone seal that fell out of your body was actually not far away from you. However, the old patriarch was just an ordinary person and did not pay attention to it. He only brought you back to the tribe when you were still in your infancy to raise you. Because of this, the trajectory of your life underwent a huge change. You knew nothing about all of this. Looking at Lin Tian, he said, "Your soul root was sealed by your father. At the same time, you inherited the most supreme bloodline of your father and mother. Your soul root was too powerful. It was so powerful that 90% of it had to be sealed, and its potential was suppressed infinitely in order for it to survive. Otherwise, the complete state of the soul root was not something that you could withstand when you were young. Even if 90% of your soul root was sealed, it still had a huge impact on you when you were young. Therefore, based on some other circumstances, Your father sent you into this world. This was because this world had the most special reincarnation cycle. The foundation of reincarnation was in this world. Under the condition that 90% of your soul root was sealed, and with the suppression of the complete reincarnation aura in this four-dimensional world, it would allow you to grow up normally and gradually unlock the seal as you become stronger. At the same time, with your powerful soul root and endless potential, since ancient times, you were the only one who had the hope of controlling the complete reincarnation cycle in your hands. Your father and mother hoped that you could grow up normally in this four-dimensional world and slowly control the complete reincarnation cycle in your hands. The stone seal contained everything, whether it was your identity, the sealing of your soul root, the reason why you were sent to this world, or the saint art that unsealed your soul root. All of it existed in this stone seal. And the reason why the stone seal contained all of this was also related to your overly powerful soul root. Due to the influence of your soul root, when you were still young and had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, the information could not be imprinted in your mind at all. It could only be transmitted through external objects. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "This is everything that has happened in the past." Lin Tianyi listened quietly until an old drunkard finished speaking and understood the ins and outs of everything. For a moment, he could not help but be a little dazed. Beside him, the rest of the people were also listening quietly. At this time, each of them had a look of shock in their eyes. They looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a monster. The current Lin Tian was absolutely terrifying and extremely monstrous. However, even so, his soul root was still in a state where 90% of it was sealed. At this moment, after listening to everything, everyone understood why an old drunkard said that whether it was himself, Lin Tian's father, or Lin Tian's mother, their potential was far inferior to Lin Tian's. With 90% of his soul root sealed, his potential was infinitely suppressed. Under such circumstances, Lin Tian could be so monstrous. In the future, once his soul root was completely unsealed, how terrifying would it be? There was no need to think at all. There was no need to doubt at all. He was definitely the first person in history to do so. "Father, you're so powerful." Ruoxian's eyes completely lit up. Everyone else was shocked. Even someone as calm as Wu Yi's eyes could not help but fluctuate. Super monster. Whooshing crocodile scales could not help but stand up. This was really too terrifying. You're simply... The old gangster stared at Lin Tian and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the past, he always felt that the human king was not like a human because he was too strong. But now he felt that Lin Tian was even less like a human. Lin Tian was in a daze. It was not until 10 breaths later that he recovered slightly. There were actually so many things about him. An old drunkard looked at him and smiled gently. In the past few decades, your cultivation has been much faster than before. It's almost as if you've become a different person, right? That's because of the unforeseen event in the illusory flame star ocean and your recollections of the past. The seal on your soul root was forcefully broken a little, and some of the sealed potential flowed out. However, it's still in a state of 90% sealed. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and the stone seal immediately turned into a ray of light and entered Lin Tian's body. Your father left his soul consciousness in it, but when I opened it before, the soul consciousness was no longer there. He said, "The saint technique to break the seal on your soul root is stored in this stone seal. With your current cultivation, you can break 40% of the seal. Remember, you can only break 40% of the seal now. Don't try to break the 5th seal. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to bear it. If you're not careful, your body and soul will be destroyed. Also, don't break 40% of the seal in this world. With your current strength, the 9th dimension is far from suitable for you to ascend, and you won't be able to ascend. After that, go to the 5th dimension to break the seal. In a short period of time after you break the seal, endless saint energy and Tao energy will automatically surge in from all directions. It will be very beneficial to you. Lin Tian nodded and said seriously, "Yes, master, I'll remember." Chapter 2352. Listening to an old drunkard's words. Lin Tianji felt that everything had become extremely clear at this moment, as if the thick, dark clouds that covered the sky had dispersed at this moment. At this moment, because of the stone seal, he could clearly see the soul root in the depths of his soul. There were extremely dense saint inscriptions on it, similar to the saint inscriptions on the stone seal, sealing his soul root layer by layer. After a few more breaths, the stone seal had completely fused with him, turning into his possession and floating in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the old drunkard and asked, "By the way, master, they?" He paused for a moment, as he was not used to it. However, he still corrected himself and said, "Father and mother, they want me to control the complete cycle of reincarnation. Before that, do I need to stay in this four-dimensional world?" "There's no need," an old drunkard said. "Only the initial control can be done in this world. Now that you've controlled a trace of reincarnation, you can comprehend it anywhere else. There's no need to stay in this world. What's more, reincarnation is the most special. Although the foundation of reincarnation lies in this four-dimensional world, reincarnation exists in every corner of the world. However, the reincarnation that exists outside of this world cannot allow one to control this power from the very beginning." Lin Tian understood. At the same time, he could not help but think about the matter of controlling the complete cycle of reincarnation. Because he had controlled a trace of reincarnation, he knew best just how difficult it was to completely control this power. Even though he had seen his soul root clearly through the stone seal and sensed how terrifying it was, he still did not have much confidence in controlling the complete cycle of reincarnation. This was because it was just too difficult. An old drunkard naturally knew what he was thinking. He said gently, "Don't worry. Your father and mother are full of confidence in you. I also completely believe that you can control the complete cycle of reincarnation." Lin Tian nodded vigorously. His father, mother, and master were all full of confidence in him. No matter how difficult the complete cycle of reincarnation was, he had to control it. At the same time, he thought of a question and asked, "Master, why do father and mother want me to control the complete cycle of reincarnation?" He was sure that his parents definitely didn't want him to control the complete cycle of reincarnation simply because it was incomparably powerful. There should be some other deeper meaning. Then he continued, "Also, master, you said before that you and master's wife projected your soul remembrance into this world for a similar purpose as father and mother. What's the connection between them? Why did you and masteress project your soul into this four-dimensional world?" Upon hearing his question, Fengshin Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Celestial Venerable, Solar Celestial Venerable, and the others all looked at an old drunkard. When it came to why their master and master's wife had projected their soul remembrances into this world, they were naturally very concerned. At the same time, the others also looked at an old drunkard. Everyone was curious. What was the reason for the Supreme Being of heaven and earth to project his psyche to this world? Because it was obvious that an old drunkard and Qing Xian didn't project their soul remembrances here for reincarnation, but for something else. An old drunkard smiled faintly, and his eyes became more profound. He said, "To find the 10 directions, ancient star." Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this. 10 directions, ancient star? 10 directions, celestial domain? He revealed a strange expression. His master and masteress projected their soul remembrances into this world to find the 10 directions, ancient star? At the same time, the others were also puzzled. An invincible supreme being of heaven and earth, a powerful being of the 9th dimension, projected their soul remembrances into this world just to find an extremely small star? Everyone here knew that the 10 directions ancient star was just an extremely small star. Even Wu Yi was a little surprised and moved. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and said, Back then, the old patriarch's small tribe was not far from the 10 Directions' ancient star. Do you know what Luan Hue Wang passed by there to find? It was because he sensed a very special aura from the 10 Directions' ancient star in a very short period of time. So he passed by there to find the 10 Directions' ancient star. However, it was only for a moment. At his level, he could only sense it with the help of reincarnation. That was already a miracle. At his level, he couldn't understand the special aura emitted by the 10 Directions' ancient star at that time. Even if he stood in front of that star, he couldn't sense its uniqueness. That ancient star was not a star of this world. It was the core of a sacred land. For some reason, it fell into this world and turned into a star. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "The reason why your masteress and I are looking for it is the same as the reason why your parents want you to control the complete reincarnation." "What's the reason?" Lin Tian asked. The others also looked at an old drunkard. However, an old drunkard didn't continue. "Right now, you are far from the level where you can know the truth. Telling you the truth will only add to the useless pressure. It will do more harm than good." As he said this, his body suddenly became fainter. Seeing this, Lin Tian's expression changed. "Master." Seeing that his teacher's body had become fainter, he no longer thought about the 10 Directions' ancient star. Feng Shan Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Celestial, and the other 8 also changed their expressions. They couldn't help but become anxious. "Grandmaster." Ruoxian also looked worried. Yi Tong and Little Fox were also worried. This was their master's master. Just like Ruoxian, he was their grandmaster. How could they not be worried? "Don't worry. Didn't I say that it's just a strand of soul? It's not a big deal." An old drunkard still had a gentle smile on his face. He looked at Feng Shan Tianzuin and tapped his right hand slightly. A ray of light entered between Feng Shan Tianzuin's eyebrows. "Little one, Master has refined the Human King Valley. It's now floating in multiple spacetimes. I'll leave the activation technique to you. You'll be in charge of the Human King Valley in the future. In addition, Master has left a space-time chaotic region inside. It's simulated with thousands of living beings. You, Little 2 and Little 3, can cultivate there. Master has prepared some things for you in the thatched hut in the center of the Human King Valley." The faint light entered between Feng Shan Tianzuin's eyebrows. In an instant, everything about the Human King Valley was under Feng Shan Tianzuin's control. "Master, are you and Mistress leaving?" The first disciple under the Human King was a little anxious. At the same time, Lin Tian was also moved. He looked at an old drunkard. "Primal Chaos, Celestial Venerable, Solar Celestial Venerable," and the others also looked at an old drunkard. From the looks of it, their esteemed teacher was clearly explaining something to them. An old drunkard nodded and said with a smile, "We've already achieved our goal by projecting our souls into this world. We've found the 10 Directions' ancient star and made layers of arrangements. Now, Little 10 has avenged the old patriarch and the others. There's no need for us to stay. With the power of our souls, we'll do something for you." Lin Tian, Feng Shan Tianzuin, and the others were moved again. They wanted to say something, but an old drunkard raised his hand and stopped them. With a gentle smile, an old drunkard tilted his head and looked at Ruoxian. "Youngest one in our bloodline, Grandmaster has never given you a proper gift. Before this soul dissipates, I'll give you one." His right hand formed a sword finger and pointed at Ruoxian's forehead. Immediately, the aura of space-time rolled out. It was extremely gentle and continuously poured into Ruoxian's forehead, causing her to tremble. Then, rings of Saint Runes began to appear in her beautiful eyes. Only when 9 rings of Saint Runes appeared in both eyes did the changes stop. For a moment, Ruoxian's body began to emit strands of space-time aura, while old drunkard's aura dissipated at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Space-time eye. The immortal spirit progenitor was shocked. He stared unblinkingly at Ruoxian's eyes. Beside him, Shen Qi, Mu Xing Shu, and the others couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. They naturally recognized this pair of divine eyes. Space-time eye, one of the 3 ultimate divine eyes in the 4-dimensional world. At the same time, they were also shocked by an old drunkard's methods. He could actually control the space-time eye and space-time power and give it to another person so easily. This was too frightening. Lin Tian was also moved. His expression changed slightly. He naturally knew that his master controlled the space-time eye. Now he had actually given it to Ruoxian. Master this, even Wu Yi couldn't help but be moved. Ruoxian's expression also changed. She sensed the changes in her eyes. Everything in the world became incomparably clear. She could see the endless distance and clearly feel the energy of space-time. Then, from the immortal spirit progenitor's words, she knew that this was the space-time eye. Her grandmaster had actually given it to her. Grandmaster, this is an important power to you. How can you give it to Ruoxian? You should quickly take it back. An old drunkard smiled faintly. He gave the space-time eye and space-time law to Ruoxian. His body became even fainter. He patted Ruoxian's head and said, "To Grandmaster, this power is nothing. Don't think too much." Ruoxian said, "But no buts. Use this pair of eyes well. Although it can't compare to your father's Rinnegan, it has many wonderful uses. You can control it for a while and quickly become familiar with it." An old drunkard said. Ruoxian still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the old drunkard with a smile. After which, the old drunkard told her about the strength that his actual body possessed. Only then did Ruoxian completely calm down. After which, she became extremely pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, Grandmaster," she said happily. The space-time eye, although it was nothing to her Grandmaster, it was really a great gift to her. Lin Tian also spoke. Looking at an old drunkard, he said, "Thank you, Master." Next to him, Wu Yi also expressed his thanks. An old drunkard waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. Finally, he looked at Lin Tian and said, "Little 10 with your capital and potential. You don't need Master to give you anything. In the future, work hard to understand reincarnation. You will definitely be able to control the complete reincarnation." "Yes, Master. This disciple will work hard and not let Master down," Lin Tian said seriously. An old drunkard nodded with a smile and rubbed his head. His body became fainter and fainter. Next to him, Qing Xian's body also became fainter and fainter at this time. In reincarnation, we return to our original appearance. Now, the appearance of your master's wife and I is our original appearance. In the 9th dimension, Master is still the king. He looked at Lin Tian, Feng Shen Tianzuin, Handan Tianzuin, and the other 9 people, and said gently, "Little 10, little 1, little 2, little 3, little 4, little 5, little 6, little 7, little 8, little 9, come to the 9th dimension. Your master's wife and I will wait for you in the 9th dimension." Chapter 2353. As he watched an old drunkard and Qing Xian disappear, Lin Tianwei was somewhat stunned. Only after several breaths had passed did he regain his senses slightly. "Master, Mistress, my senior brothers, and I will definitely go to the 9th dimension to find you soon," he said to himself, his expression very serious. Feng Xin Tianzuin, Primal Chaos, Heavenly Venerable, and the other 8 all had solemn expressions, and they could not help but clench their fists. "We will definitely work hard." Feng Xin Tianzuin said. Ruoxian also stared at the spot where an old drunkard and Qing Xian had disappeared in a daze. Master and Mistress really left the immortal spirit ancestor, and the others were also somewhat dumbfounded. The human king. The old hoodlum sighed. In the past, he only knew that the human king was very powerful, but he did not expect him to be so powerful. He was actually the supreme being of the world in the 9th dimension. On that day, they learned too many shocking things from the human king. The world was actually much bigger than they had imagined, and there were actually 5 worlds in a higher dimension above this world. At the same time, he was also shocked by Lin Tian's background. He was actually the son of the celestial emperor and the goddess in the 9th dimension. It was too frightening. The broken universe in this place became much quieter for a time, and the wind of the universe blew past. It was not until several dozen breaths passed that the group finally regained their senses. Let's go back. Let's return to Hongmeng. Lin Tian looked at the group and said, he had killed the celestial court's true lord, reincarnation king. Xian Tian, Xian Di, and the others had also died. He had taken revenge for the old patriarchs. In addition, the only origin world and all the celestial courts, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals had been refined and devoured by Reincarnation King. The celestial court could be said to have completely disappeared. Now, this world could be said to have become truly peaceful. There was no need to continue staying in this place. Yes, let's go back. Ruoxian nodded and hugged Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian rubbed Ruoxian's head lovingly. Then, together with Wu Yi, Bai Qiu, Jiyu, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others, they left the broken Xianhuan universe and entered the primordial universe. After entering the primordial universe, Yi Tong, the little fox, and Snow Wolf mobilized 10 billion immortal soldiers and generals and returned to their respective immortal court branches. Lin Tian returned to the 10 Directions Ancient Star with Wu Yi and the others. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others also came. After returning to the 10 Directions Ancient Star, Lin Tian immediately went to the small spiritual domain in the 9th heaven. In the center of the small spiritual domain, broken ruins were everywhere. Grandpa, 3rd uncle, 3rd aunt, 7th uncle, Bei Bei, Xiongzi Degu. He knelt down in front of the ruins and kowtowed to them. His forehead touched the dust on the ground. Little Blockhead has avenged you. Please rest in peace. Little Blockhead was a nickname given to him by the old patriarch. In ordinary tribes, adults would usually give their children nicknames. It was a kind of custom. He kowtowed to the ruins in front of him. For him, the old patriarch and the others were much more important than the father and mother he had never met. It was just like how little Taichu was much closer to him than his father and mother. They were all the same. Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others naturally followed him here. Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the primal chaos heavenly venerable also came together, quietly looking at Lin Tian from behind. After a few dozen breaths of time, Lin Tian stood up and put away the ruins together with the small spiritual domain. Then he returned to the Immortal Lyceum with Wu Yi and the others. After returning to the Immortal Lyceum, he moved the ruins together with the small spiritual domain to the deepest part of the Immortal Lyceum. The ruins in the small spiritual domain were equivalent to the cenotaph of the old patriarch and the others. Now, it was naturally the best to move it to the Immortal Lyceum. After that, he, Wu Yi, and the others, along with his 9 senior brothers, came to the martial arts arena of the Immortal Lyceum. On the martial arts arena, the immortal ancestor, the old gangster, and the others were all there. Baiziki, Fan Ningxiong, and the others were also there, waiting for him here. Senior, I can't return the stars and worlds in your oracle bone fragment to you. I'm sorry. After coming to the martial arts arena and having a simple chat with the group, he opened his mouth and said to the old Taoist, feeling a little embarrassed. Previously, everyone had given their cultivation to him, and then an old drunkard had restored their cultivation. However, the stars and worlds in the old Taoist's oracle bone fragment had completely turned into spiritual energy and entered his flesh and blood. It was as if they had completely disappeared and could not be returned to the old Taoist, which made him feel a little apologetic. The old Taoist waved his hand and said, I already said that I'm returning your master's favor. Don't worry about it. If it weren't for your master, this old man would have kicked the bucket long ago. How could I live to this day? He said, "Besides, the significance of your battle is too great. Not only did you avenge your own blood feud, but you also avenged the deaths of hundreds of millions of living beings. You also protected this world and made it truly peaceful, not to mention those insignificant stars and worlds. Even if you want this old man's life, I'll do it." "Oh, old man, not bad. When did your awareness become so high? This is not like you at all." The old hooligan had a surprised look on his face. The old Taoist gave him a sidelong glance. "Get lost." Lin Tian could not help but laugh. Now he was completely relaxed. Speaking of which, the human king said that this ancient star is extraordinary. "Young man, would you like to explore it with us?" The immortal spirit ancestor asked Lin Tiandao. At the same time, the old hooligan, martial ancestor, primitive emperor, and the others also looked at Lin Tian. The reason why they left the Xianhuang universe and came to this ancient star was firstly because Lin Tian was here. Secondly, and most importantly, they were very curious about this 10-directional ancient star. After all, this was the ancient star that the supremes of heaven and earth in the 9-dimensional heavens had projected their souls to find. And now, Lin Tian was the strongest among them. He was in the profound heaven realm and had control over reincarnation. It was naturally best to have Lin Tian with them to explore this ancient star. All right, Lin Tian did not refuse. In fact, he was also very curious about this ancient star after learning that his master and mistress had come to this world for the 10-directional ancient star. He had planned to explore this ancient star in the future. On this day, he, the immortal spirit ancestor, and the others left the main immortal court. Fengshan Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, by Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Fanning Xiong, and the others followed. Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others also followed. They slowly walked through every corner of the 10-directional ancient star. After a month, they had walked through every area of the 10-directional ancient star. However, they did not find anything out of the ordinary. Then he and the others stepped out of the 10-directional ancient star and looked at the entire ancient star from the starry sky. However, they still did not find anything out of the ordinary. "The only thing I can feel is hazy." Lin Tiandao's eyes shone with a strange luster. Standing in the starry sky, he looked down at the 10-directional ancient star. Although this ancient star was very small and could not be compared to the other stars nearby, it seemed to be shrouded in a veil, giving people a very hazy feeling. In fact, he had this feeling for a long time. Every time he returned to the 10-directional ancient star, he would have this hazy feeling. However, he had never paid attention to it because it was not a big deal. Now that he had learned about the extraordinariness of this ancient star from the old drunkard, he could not help but feel that the obscurity was not simple. This could actually be regarded as a kind of psychological cue reaction. Before he knew that this ancient star was very special, he felt that this kind of haze was nothing. However, after knowing that this ancient star was very special, he subconsciously began to feel that this kind of haze contained something very amazing. He also knew that this was a psychological cue, but now, even if he knew that this was a psychological cue, he still felt that this hazy feeling must be an unusual characteristic of this ancient star. However, even though he was sure of this, when he tried to understand this hazy feeling, he did not gain anything, even if he opened his Rinnegan. Immortal spirit ancestor and the others also saw this hazy feeling and also tried to explore, but naturally they did not gain anything. According to Master's words, our current realm is far from the level where we can understand this ancient star. I'm afraid that no matter how much we explore now, it will be in vain. Fengshan Tianzuan said. Lin Tian nodded. He thought of an old drunkard's words and said, "Senior brother is right. With our current realm, no matter what we do, we will not be able to understand what is so special about this ancient star." On this day, he and the others looked at this ancient star in the starry sky again. It was not until 3 days later that they really gave up exploring and re-entered this ancient star. Luan Hui Wang's group and Xian Tian's group were all killed. The heavenly court was completely wiped out. This could be considered a true victory. On this day, the Immortal Court's main clan held a banquet. Everyone was toasting each other and celebrating without restraint. After a few days, Immortal Spirit Ancestor and the old drunkard left one after another and went to other places. Junior brother, let's go back to the Human King Valley. On this day, Fengshen Tianzuan and Lin Tiandao. Okay, senior brother. Lin Tian immediately replied. He had left the Human King Valley for a long time and had not returned for a long time. Now he naturally wanted to go back and have a look. That place was also his home. At the same time, he also brought along Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others. Wuxing Crocodile, White Tiger, and Little Taichu were all very curious about the Human King Valley. After Fengshen Tianzuan used a secret technique to open the Human King Valley that was floating in multiple spacetimes, he followed Fengshen Tianzuan, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, and the others into the Human King Valley. The Human King Valley looked very ordinary. It was surrounded by dozens of short mountains and dozens of thatched cottages. It was no different from a simple, mortal village. Outside the Human King Valley was a vast space surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was like a boundless big world. Stepping into the Human King Valley again, Lin Tian's eyes flickered when he saw the familiar short mountain and dozens of thatched cottages. It was as if he saw the scene of an old drunkard tempering his body, the scene of his 9 senior brothers taking care of him and teaching him cultivation, and the scene of his self-destructive cultivation when he was alone. After that, he stayed in the Human King Valley for a full month. It was not until a month later that he bid farewell to his 9 senior brothers and returned to the Immortal Court with Wu Yi, Ruoxian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. After returning to the Immortal Court, he went to the Burning Sun sect in the first heaven and briefly told the sect master and the supreme elder about an old drunkard and Qingxian. He learned that his master and master's wife had already told the sect master and the supreme elder about everything. Next, he stayed in the Burning Sun sect for 7 days. During these 7 days, he spent most of his time with the sect master and the supreme elder before returning to the main Immortal Court in the 9th heaven. Let's go out for a walk. In the main Immortal Court, he smiled and said to Wu Yi and the others, Okay. Ruoxian immediately jumped over. He rubbed Ruoxian's head lovingly. On this day, he took Wu Yi and Ruoxian out of the Immortal Court again and stepped into the starry sky. It was a simple walk, a simple look at the mountains and rivers, and every moment with them was very warm. During this process, not long after, he learned one thing. In this 4-dimensional world, in addition to reincarnation, fate, and space-time, there is another 4-dimensional law, the law of cause and effect. Wu Yi mastered it 10 years ago. Chapter 2354. The law of karma was mixed with the power of karma. Like luck, it was illusory, invisible, and untouchable, but it was very powerful. In the past, the souls in his life source were contaminated with the power of karma. However, it was not caused by his own law of karma, but by nature. 10 years ago, Wu Yi had completely mastered the law of karma. In the future, you will also be struck by lightning. Lin Tian said. He coughed and changed his words. You have to continue with the tribulation. In the path of cultivation, under normal circumstances, only the immortal ascension realm, tribulation realm, and tribulation realm would have heavenly tribulations. However, if a cultivator was contaminated with the power of any of the laws of the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th dimensions, after taking flight, they would also trigger heavenly tribulations when they stepped into other realms. Mother is so powerful. Ruoxian's big eyes sparkled. I will also continue with the tribulation in the future. Before an old drunkard left, he gave her the space-time eye and space-time power. Those were also the laws of the 4th dimension. Now she had mastered them. Although she was not familiar with them, she had mastered them. In the future, like Lin Tian, she would trigger heavenly tribulations every time she stepped into a new realm. Ji Yu, Shui Yi, Baiqiu, and the others were also moved. Then, they could not help but feel a little proud. In the four-dimensional world, the four most powerful laws of the fourth dimension are all controlled by our family. Su Shu said. Hearing this, Ruoxian's big eyes brightened. That's right. I just realized that the four laws of the fourth dimension are all in our family. As she said this, she thought of other things and became more excited. She clenched her white and tender hands. Grandfather is the celestial emperor, grandmother is the goddess, and grandmaster is the human king. Father can control an invincible, complete reincarnation cycle in the future. In the future, who will dare to provoke our family? Lin Tian knocked her forehead and said with a smile, Don't think about such nonsense. Beside her, Wu Yi also smiled gently as he looked at his daughter. He was very gentle. The primordial universe was very peaceful now. In the past, this universe was filled with all kinds of conflicts. Various sects and clans would fight every once in a while. However, after the invasion of the Celestial Court, many sects and clans joined forces to resist the enemy. Now, all the conflicts of the past were completely gone. Everything became very harmonious and peaceful. Lin Tian led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others through the various corners of the universe. Along the way, many cultivators in this universe who saw Lin Tian, and all the cultivators who saw them and bowed when they saw Lin Tian. Lord Celestial Emperor, Celestial Emperor. Everyone looked at Lin Tian with respect. This respect wasn't because of Lin Tian's strength, but because the cultivators of the primordial universe knew that the current peace of the primordial universe was all because of Lin Tian. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, the primordial universe would still be in endless slaughter. The countless lives in the primordial universe definitely wouldn't be able to stop the heavenly court and would be quickly wiped out by them. This respect came from the bottom of their hearts. It had nothing to do with cultivation or battle prowess. Lin Tian had always been a very easygoing person. He didn't show any disrespect to those who greeted him, and he would always nod in response to each of them. He led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, Ji Yu, and the others through various corners of the universe. It was as if they were traveling. Occasionally, they would go to some legendary ominous territories and obtain some extraordinary heavenly treasures. These heavenly resources were of no use to him at all because he was already at the mystic heaven realm. It was almost impossible to find any heavenly resources that were useful to him in this world. However, these heavenly treasures were useful to Wu Yi, Ji Yu, and the others. After all, their cultivation bases weren't very high. Wu Yi, the strongest among them, was only at the peak of the Tao fusion realm. Ji Yu and the others were even weaker. They were still in the 9th level of piercing heaven. Pick a few more ominous territories. Let's dig up all the treasures inside. Ruoxian's beautiful eyes lit up. She rubbed her palms together and was itching for action. During these past few days, as Lin Tian led them into numerous forbidden areas of the ominous territory and found numerous extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, she could be considered to have tasted the sweetness of success, and she wished for nothing more than for Lin Tian to search through all the forbidden areas of this world that might contain extraordinary treasures. Lin Tianyi knocked her on the forehead, but didn't refuse her suggestion. After that, he led his precious daughter, Wu Yi, and the others through several more ominous territories and obtained many good things in each one. These restricted areas were all very dangerous. Even Wu Yi would find it difficult to enter some of the restricted areas. However, to the current Wu Yi, these were considered nothing. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, he led Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others through Hongmeng Universe. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, although he led Wu Yi and the others on a simple tour and enjoyed the warm time with them, he also comprehended reincarnation from time to time. In addition, he had fought with Reincarnation King, who also controlled reincarnation. After the battle, he gained many insights about Reincarnation King. Now, the Reincarnation King he controlled had undergone a qualitative change compared to the time when he fought Reincarnation King. Now, his cultivation base was still at the early stage of profound heaven realm. However, the Reincarnation King he controlled was much stronger than before. He believed that with his current strength, even if he didn't have the Reincarnation Forging Spirit Art and Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing Song, he could easily defeat Reincarnation King with his own strength. 1 year later, he brought Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others back to the main immortal court in the 10 Directions Ancient Star. They were ready to set off for the 5th dimension. An old drunkard told him before the wisp of soul consciousness dissipated that he had to go to the 5th dimension to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul route. Then he would train in the 5th dimension and ascend to the 9th dimension step by step. He naturally had to follow his master's arrangement. At the same time, he thought of many things during this year. His parents sent him to the 4th dimension to suppress his soul root with the complete reincarnation chi so that he could grow normally and master the complete reincarnation chi. However, they expected him to master the complete reincarnation chi in the 9th dimension. There were some things that could only be done with the complete reincarnation chi. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go to the 5th dimension as soon as possible to unlock the seals on his soul root. He had to gradually unlock his potential so that he could comprehend and master reincarnation chi faster and become stronger faster before ascending to the 9th dimension. His father, his mother, his master, and his master's wife were all waiting for him in the 9th dimension. He told Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others about this on this day. Then he also told Feng Xin Tianzuin, Primal Chaos Heavenly Lord, and his other 9 senior brothers, as well as Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, Baiziki, and his other good friends. Not long after, the old hoodlum, the primitive emperor, and some other acquaintances also knew about this. All his acquaintances gathered at the immortal court. He was about to leave for the 5th dimension. Naturally, all his acquaintances were very concerned about it. They all gathered at the immortal court and sent him off before he really left. When you go to the upper dimension, be careful. You must put your own safety first. Feng Shen, Tianzuin, said, Your 2nd senior brother and I are not strong enough to go into the upper dimension to gain experience. Later, we will temper ourselves in the space-time chaos zone left by our master and reconstruct our bloodline battle bodies. Then, we will catch up with you and ascend to the 9th dimension. Yes, eldest senior brother, I understand. Lin Tian said seriously. This time we won't go with you. Like the great God said, we must pay attention to our safety. You must put safety first, Whooshing Crocodile said and then laughed. When you come back, remember to bring more treasures of heaven and earth. Yeah, safety first, Little Taichu said in a childish voice, intimately rubbing Lin Tian's cheek. There's nothing more to say. Safety first. Safety first, White Tiger said. In the past, they would usually go with Lin Tian wherever he went. But this time they didn't, because now they were too far behind Lin Tian's cultivation. They decided to cultivate in this upper dimension for the time being. Baiziki, Fan Yingxiong, Yang Qi, Ling Yin, and the others also spoke one after another. Their words were similar to Whooshing Crocodile and the others. Master, Xian Xian, and I will work harder to teach and cultivate. Together with Senior Snow Wolf, we will take good care of the immortal court. Don't worry, Yi Tong said seriously. Now, the immortal court was completely under the management of him, Tu Xian Xian and Snow Wolf. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Master believes in you. He had always been very relieved to leave the immortal court in the hands of Yi Tong and the others. Wu Yi and Ruoxian didn't say anything at this time. They stood quietly beside Lin Tian. This was because Lin Tian had told them that he was going to the 5th dimension. They had already told Lin Tian what they wanted to say. On this day, Lin Tian didn't leave immediately. He told everyone about this matter first, and only left the next day. The group of people sent him off. "Father, you must protect yourself well. Be careful. Your daughter, mother, the ladies, and 2 aunts will always be at home to pray for you," Ruoxian said. Her beautiful big eyes were full of reluctance. She actually wanted to go with her father. However, after thinking about it, her cultivation was too low. If she really went with her father, she might be a burden to him. So, in the end, she gave up on this idea. Lin Tian's eyes were full of love. He hugged his precious daughter and then let go. Then he looked at Wu Yi, Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the other girls. "Wu Yi, I'll leave them in your hands," he said to Wu Yi. "Okay." Wu Yi nodded and said gently, "Safety is the most important thing. If you're tired, come home." Lin Tian nodded heavily. "Come home." These simple words made his heart feel incomparably warm. He stepped forward and hugged Wu Yi gently. He only let go after 7 breaths. Then he looked at Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the others and said a lot to them. Then he said a few words to his 9 senior brothers, little Taichu, Bai Ziki, and the old hooligan. In the end, he looked at Wu Yi and Ruoxian reluctantly and left. He left Shifeng Ancient Star without looking back. In a flash, he disappeared from Shifeng Ancient Star. This was because he was going to leave this world and go to a new one. He didn't know how long he would be separated this time. He was really reluctant to leave. If he continued to look at them, he was afraid that he would want to stay for a while longer. Chapter 2355. Inside the big crack, all kinds of auras surged. It was very frightening. The gate of heaven and earth. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had fused with the stone seal, which contained the method to sense the barrier between heaven and earth. To go from the 4-dimensional world to the 5-dimensional world, one had to be at least at the mystic heaven realm to tear open the gate of heaven and earth. Now his cultivation was at the early stage of the mystic heaven realm, which was enough to open the gate of heaven and earth to the 5-dimensional world. Let's go. He took one last look at the distant 10 directions ancient star, took a deep breath, and stepped into the gate of heaven and earth. In an instant, endless darkness shrouded his vision. Even someone as powerful as him could not sense anything in this darkness. He could not even hear anything. He could only wait quietly in this endless darkness. Time passed little by little. After an unknown period of time, the endless darkness vibrated, and a trace of light appeared in front of him. He was shaken out of the endless darkness and landed on solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, there were extremely frightening sacred mountains and ancient peaks. The momentum of each mountain was so majestic that it was frightening. It was as if they were not ordinary mountains, but world-destroying ferocious beasts lying on the ground. Compared to these mountains, the most magnificent sacred mountains and ancient peaks in the void realm were as small as dust. At the same time, the spiritual fluctuations in the air were frighteningly strong. It was countless times more astonishing than the divine spiritual chi in the void realm. There was a qualitative difference. He could even sense pieces of Taoist law fragments floating in the spiritual chi. Moreover, the power of the Taoist law was terrifying. Not far away, he saw patches of 3 immortals grass, 100 snowflakes, and 7 leaves grass. These were immortal medicines that were amazingly effective for virtuous, void cultivators. They grew densely under some ancient trees, and no one cared about them. He even saw footprints on one of the 100 snowflakes that were stained with mud. It was as if someone had stepped on it like it was a weed. This scene shocked his vision. Even though he was now at the mystic heaven realm and his state of mind was extraordinary, he was still shocked by this scene. The majestic ancient peak of the holy mountain naturally drifts with dense Holy Spirit chi. This is the 5th dimension. He couldn't help but be somewhat stunned. The 100 snow flower immortal medicine, which is regarded as a treasure by virtual grade cultivators, is actually treated as a weed in this world. As he stood there, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then he walked towards the 3 immortal grass, 100 snowflakes, and 7-leaf trees and began to collect them. These things were no longer of any use to him now. However, if he were to bring them back to the immortal court in the 4-dimensional world in the future, they would be extremely shocking treasures that could increase the strength of the immortal court countless times in a very short period of time. Boom! Suddenly, there was an extremely strong wave of saint energy in the distant sky. 2 figures appeared and came to this place at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. They were 2 young men, both of them full of essence, chi, and spirit. As soon as they arrived, their gazes fell upon Lin Tian. They watched as Lin Tian picked the 3 immortals' grass, the 100 snowflake grass, and the 7-leafed grass. For a moment, they stared in shock, then burst out laughing. The indigenous people from the lower worlds are indeed different. They are actually collecting these weeds in this place. Interesting. One of the men in yellow spoke. His expression was full of ridicule. He looked at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Lin Tian had noticed these 3 men long ago. At this time, when he heard the man in yellow's words, his expression changed slightly. These 3 people actually knew that he was from the lower worlds. Moreover, it seemed that these 3 people had clearly come for him. Why was that? Thinking of this, he was a little surprised and puzzled. However, on the surface, he remained calm and collected. He continued to pick the 3 immortals' grass, 100 snowflake grass, and 7-leaf trees. Seeing that he continued to pick the 3 immortals' grass, 100 snowflake grass, and 7-leaf trees without any reaction to them, the 2 men in yellow couldn't help but sneer. The mockery and sarcasm on their faces became more apparent. Lowly creatures from the lower worlds, holding a pile of weeds as if they were peerless treasures. It's as if they have the whole world. Ridiculous. The man in yellow clicked his tongue. At the side, another man opened his mouth. He wore black clothes and said, "Enough, that's enough of the joke. Take him down." The man in yellow nodded and directly made his move. A large amount of divine splendor immediately gushed out. He raised his hand and grabbed towards Lin Tian. A large hand of light appeared in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes turned slightly cold. He dodged to the side. What is the meaning of this? You still dare to resist? The man in yellow snorted coldly. He raised his leg and took a step forward. The aura he emitted became even denser. The divine splendor immediately suppressed all directions. Lin Tian's eyes slightly narrowed. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. This yellow-clothed man's cultivation was actually at the peak of profound heaven realm. The aura he emitted at this moment was actually a bit stronger than Luan Hui Wang. That kind of blood and qi fluctuation was somewhat frightening. He felt as if his entire person was like a furnace that could burn the world. It was terrifying. This made him couldn't help but feel even more shocked about this 5th dimension. 3 immortal grass, 100 snowflake, 7-leaf wood, these immortal medicines that had unparalleled divine effects for absolute void realm experts were actually treated as weeds in this 5th dimension. And now a random cultivator he encountered was actually stronger than Luan Hui Wang. This was simply too much beyond the 4th dimension. Thinking of this, he also made his move at the same time. He raised his hand and swept out a sky full of sword chi, slashing towards the opponent from all directions. Although this man in yellow was slightly stronger than Luan Hui Wang, the current him was no longer comparable to the time when he fought with Luan Hui Wang more than a year ago. The current him was enough to easily suppress Luan Hui Wang. Clang! The sky full of sword chi surged. The sword's whistling sound was frightening. It collided with the divine splendor of the man in yellow. The man in yellow transformed the divine splendor into swords and pressed down from all directions. It transformed into a prison of sword chi and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hand and transformed even more sword chi, slashing horizontally in all directions. In the blink of an eye, This place was filled with divine splendor and sword chi. Then, with a bang, the man in yellow was pushed back several dozen meters. His face revealed some astonishment. The man in yellow's long and narrow eyes gradually became somewhat sharp. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, but a mere lowly creature from the lower realm actually pushed him back several dozen meters. At the same time, on the other side, the man in green was also a little astonished. But in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and said to the man in yellow, "Zhao Jin, be serious. Don't play around like you usually do. The Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine that the elders newly discovered is extraordinary. It's far bigger than those small mines that were discovered before. Once it's completely excavated, it will allow countless brothers to condense a large part of their Dao laws. It's also quite beneficial to the improvement of their cultivation base. It's of great significance to the sect. Hurry up and send him to that mining area. With one more mining slave, the excavation speed of the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine will be much faster." "Got it." The man in yellow nodded. He looked at Lin Tian and made his move again. This time, the aura emitted from his body was several times stronger than before. His divine might could almost suppress all directions. The unparalleled divine splendor pressed down on Lin Tian once again. Lin Tian still met the attack with a sky full of sword radiance, but his heart was slightly moved by the man in green's words. Although he still didn't understand how these two people knew that he came from the fourth dimension, nor did he understand why they discovered him and came here to capture him as soon as he arrived in the fifth dimension. However, at this time he clearly understood that the purpose of these two people coming here was to capture him as a slave to mine for their sect. Moreover, he had some ideas about the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine mentioned by the man in green. That kind of Dao Yuan treasure crystal seemed to be able to increase one's cultivation base and condense Dao laws. It was obviously extraordinary and greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. When he entered the fifth dimension, the first step was to find a decent place to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root. According to an old drunkard, every time he unlocked a layer of seal on his soul root, all the psionic power and Dao energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers would continuously surge toward him and enter his body to be absorbed and refined by him. Now, these two people wanted to capture him to the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine. If he were to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root in that mining area, what would happen? Needless to say, at that time, all the Dao Yuan treasure crystals in that Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine would turn into pure psionic power and enter his body. In the blink of an eye, he would be able to absorb all of them. For him, that would definitely be of great benefit. Thinking of this at this moment, although he could suppress and kill the 2 people in front of him, he decided not to do so. He had an idea, and that was to pretend to be defeated and suppressed, and let the 2 people take him to that mining area. Then he would wait for an opportunity to unlock the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root in that mining area and take down the entire Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine in one fell swoop. Although this idea was a little bold and dangerous, it was definitely worth trying. At that moment, he waved the sword rays that filled the sky to deal with it. Then he used some simple magical powers that he had dabbled in before to fight the yellow-clothed man. He deliberately suppressed his power, and in the blink of an eye, he was forced to retreat by the yellow-clothed man. Is this the technique of the lower realm? Scum! The yellow-clothed man mocked. Lin Tian did not say anything. He acted as if he was trying his best to fight, but at the same time he suppressed his strength even further. After a few dozen breaths, he was finally defeated and suppressed by the yellow-clothed man. "You let go of me!" He pretended to scream in panic and struggled with all his might. The yellow-clothed man sneered and said, "For a low-level creature from the lower realm to be able to withstand my attacks for dozens of breaths, you can be considered to be very good. However, low-level creatures are ultimately low-level creatures and are extremely fragile." Lin Tian was disdainful in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be very panicked and frightened. "All right, Bring him to that mining area." The green-clothed man said. The yellow-clothed man nodded. At that moment, the two of them directly left this place with the suppressed Lin Tian. Their speed was extremely fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive at a continuous range of crimson mountains. The mountains were grand, and there were many cultivators standing guard at the periphery. Obviously, they belonged to the same sect as the yellow-clothed man, and all of them had strong essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Tian was quickly brought to the center of the mountains, and the sound of mining could be heard from ahead. Chapter 2356. In front of them was a very large mining area. As far as the eye could see, there were many mines. There were roughly 900 figures going in and out of these mines. All of them were very tall, and their bodies were stained with a lot of mud. Their hands and feet were all shackled, and they were being watched as they excavated the large mines in this area. Everyone's cultivation was at the mysterious heaven realm. Mysterious heaven realm slaves. This shocked him. At the same time, he thought of the scene he saw when he was undergoing his tribulation in a battlefield of the great destruction in the fourth dimension. At that time, there were many tall gods and devils being chased away in shackles. That scene was very similar to the scene in front of him. He suddenly realized that the scene he saw at that time was similar to the scene in the sea market. It was the scene of some of the enslaved, mysterious heaven realm experts in the fifth dimension. Almost at the same time, he was looking at the hundreds of figures. The tall figures entering and exiting the mines naturally saw him as well. Seeing that he was suppressed by the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man and brought here, some of them couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. However, there were even more people whose eyes were numb like machines. It was as if they had lost all their emotions. One of them came up from the lower realm. Now there are fewer and fewer natives from the lower realm who have the ability to ascend. There are not enough slaves. Indeed, it's said that at least 10 million years have passed since the last native ascended to this place. The lower realm is really declining. One of the people monitoring the hundreds of figures mining here spoke. All of them were at the initial stage of the mysterious heaven realm. Moreover, their bloodline fluctuations were frighteningly dense. It seemed that every one of them could fight against Luanhui Wang. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel apprehensive. The fifth dimension was simply too terrifying. At the same time, he was also shocked by the hidden meaning in these people's words. Looking at the hundreds of mysterious heaven realm experts in shackles, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. From the sound of it, the hundreds of mysterious heaven realm experts in shackles seemed to be people from the fourth dimension. After ascending from the fourth dimension to the fifth dimension, they were suppressed, captured, and turned into slaves. Stop looking. In the future, you'll be like them. You'll have plenty of time to look. It was also at this moment that the yellow-clothed man said indifferently. 2 pairs of shackles appeared in his right hand, and with a flash, they were bound to his 4 limbs. Lin Tian's body shook violently and his expression changed drastically. His cultivation was completely suppressed in an instant. However, in the next moment, his heart involuntarily trembled. The stone seal floated in his sea of consciousness. Ancient runes covered it and intertwined with strands of saint runes. It wasn't affected in the slightest, giving him a very clear feeling that he could use the stone seal to break free at any time. "You've been a great help, Dad," he thought to himself. Just now he had really been frightened into a cold sweat. As he was put on those shackles, his cultivation was completely suppressed. Fortunately, the stone seal his father had refined was extraordinary. Although it was not some terrifying divine weapon and did not have the ability to help him attack, it had many special effects. It could make the sealing power of the shackles lose its effect at any time. Otherwise, he would have really become a slave. What are you waiting for? Get to work. The yellow-clothed man said indifferently and gave him a push. I'll remind you again. Don't think about slacking off. With the immortal shackles on you, you're just an ordinary person with a mysterious heaven-level physique. If you dare to slack off, you'll have a good time. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He pretended to grit his teeth and put on a panicked expression, while a group of people from the same sect as the yellow-clothed man looked at him with mocking expressions. He walked toward one of the mines. He took a mining hoe from the periphery of the mine, and then followed the other people in shackles into the mine. Even this mining hoe is comparable to a divine weapon of the heaven level. This is really, he sighed in his heart. The fifth dimension was really too amazing. Young man, you're very good. At such a young age, you've already reached such a high level of cultivation. In our four-dimensional world, no matter what area you're in, you're still very amazing. You can even be called a peerless genius. Beside him, a middle-aged man spoke to Lin Tiandao. He could feel that the aura of time on Lin Tian's body wasn't strong. He was roughly around 2,000 years old. Then he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that you've been captured and brought to this place. Everything in your life is over. Sigh, Senior, you've also ascended from the fourth dimension? Lin Tian asked. Although he had already guessed that the people in shackles here were all from the fourth dimension and had personally heard from the middle-aged man that they were from the fourth dimension, he still asked this question. This wasn't a question that he knew the answer to, but a very ordinary way of communicating. That's right, the middle-aged man said, and swept his gaze across the group of people in shackles in the mine. These people also came from the fourth dimension. They were all detected by this sect using a special method as soon as they arrived in this world. Then they were captured and brought to this place, and all of them became slaves. As he spoke, he signaled Lin Tian with his eyes to look at some of the people who were in a daze. He said, being shackled by the immortal confinement shackles and having their cultivation sealed, it's impossible for them to escape or resist. They can't even commit suicide. After being slaves for so many years, many of them have become completely numb. As he spoke, the middle-aged man shook his head and sighed from time to time. The sect that owns this mine, they only capture people who have ascended from the fourth dimension, waiting for them to show up? Why don't they take the initiative to go down to the fourth dimension and capture people? He was a little curious. Previously, he heard some of the people who were monitoring this mine say that they were running out of slaves. However, from the looks of it, this sect was still waiting for people from the fourth dimension to ascend before capturing them. They had never taken the initiative to go down to the fourth dimension to capture people as slaves. This made him very curious. As for why those people didn't capture people from this world as slaves, he didn't ask. He could roughly guess. Since they all belonged to the same world, even if the people from this world had low cultivation, they would still be seen as their own kind by those people. They would fight and kill each other, but they wouldn't go so far as to capture people from the same world as them to be slaves for no reason. I have vaguely heard of this before. The middle-aged man nodded and said, in our fourth dimension, there is a complete reincarnation cycle. The foundation of reincarnation is in our world. The stronger the person, the more afraid they are and the more unwilling they are to go to our world. It is said that in the fifth dimension, since ancient times, there were a total of dozens of fifth dimension ancestors who were buried in our world. Even the strongest from the higher realms died in our world. Therefore, now, unless there is a very special reason, the people from the higher realms are absolutely unwilling to set foot in our world. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart couldn't help but tremble. So that's how it is. What are you talking about? Work. Or do you want to be whipped? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the entrance of the mine. A young man holding a long whip full of sharp teeth looked coldly at Lin Tian and the middle-aged man. Lin Tian stopped talking to the middle-aged man. Together with the middle-aged man, they brought mining tools and soon arrived at the center of the mine. There were already many slaves in shackles mining here. Most of them had numb expressions and were mining mechanically. When Lin Tian and the middle-aged man arrived, the first thing they saw was the so-called Dao Yuan treasure crystals. They were pieces of transparent crystal. With just a glance, he could feel the extremely dense waves of Holy Spirit energy and Dao energy. His heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. In this place, just a piece of Dao Yuan treasure crystal the size of a finger was far more valuable than everything he had found in the largest Lingjing mine in the fourth dimension. And in this place, there were so many of these Dao Yuan treasure crystals that it was frightening. This made him involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Just the amount of Dao Yuan treasure crystals in this mine was definitely a super treasure. And in this area he had looked around before. There were more than 50 such mines. The value of all of them was really hard for him to imagine. Young man, don't just stand there. Work. If you are found to be slacking, it won't be good. The middle-aged man beside him reminded him. Lin Tian naturally knew what the middle-aged man meant. Once he was found to be not mining here, he reckoned that the guards in this area would quickly lash out with their whips. Immediately, he followed the middle-aged man and began to excavate the Dao Yuan treasure crystal here. At this time, he could immediately use the stone seal to break the immortal shackles on his hands and feet and directly release the first 4 layers of the seal on his soul root. But he didn't. After all, he had just been captured and brought here. He was prepared to first understand this mining area, such as the general location of this mining area and the overall strength of all the sentries here. Then he would find the most suitable opportunity to release the first 4 layers of the seal on the soul root. After that, he and the middle-aged man continued to mine. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this 1 month, he had roughly figured out many things. This mine belonged to a sect called Golden Mark Immortal Sect. There were 80 guards in the mine. The yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man who had captured him were temporarily in charge of this place. Their cultivation was at the peak of the Profound Heaven Immortal Sect, while the others were at the early stage of the Profound Heaven Immortal Sect. At the same time, he also found out the general location of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. It seemed to be very far from this place, at least 10 million miles away. Occasionally, some Dao Transformation Realm elders of this sect would come to inspect this place. However, it was only occasionally, and they basically wouldn't come. Usually, the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man were in charge of this place. Soon, another month had passed. When the Dao Transformation Realm elders of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect, who occasionally came to inspect this place, left, he decided to release the first 4 layers of the seal on his soul root the next day. Senior Wenyang, have you ever thought that you would be able to leave this place one day and regain your freedom? He asked the middle-aged man with a smile. Chapter 2357. What? Mu Wenyang was stunned when he heard Lin Tian's words. Regain my freedom? He didn't know how long it had been since he was captured to this place. When he was first captured, he did think of regaining his freedom and leaving this place. However, reality was cruel. With his cultivation suppressed by the immortal confinement shackles, he didn't have any hope of leaving this place. Gradually, he gave up all hope and stopped thinking about such a ridiculous and extravagant thing like regaining his freedom. However, Lin Tian asked him if he had ever thought about regaining his freedom one day. Young man, stop dreaming. Once you've been captured here, you'll never be able to regain your freedom. He looked at Lin Tian and sighed. If someone can really let me regain my freedom, I'll be willing to do anything in the future. As he spoke, he looked at the other hundreds of slaves in this mining area and said, they should be the same as me. Don't give up hope. Lin Tian smiled. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound in the air and a buzzing sound. A whip with sharp teeth lashed out like a flying snake. Lin Tian immediately moved a few feet away and avoided the whip. He looked in the direction where the whip came from. The person holding the whip at that spot was the yellow-clothed man who had captured Lin Tian. His whip missed, and his gaze involuntarily became a little cold as he looked at Lin Tian. Holding the whip, he arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye and sent a slap towards Lin Tian. How dare you slack off and dodge? I'll let you dodge. This slap was aimed at Lin Tian's cheek. Obviously, the yellow-clothed man intended to humiliate Lin Tian with this. Lin Tian moved sideways and avoided the slap. He used his elbow to hit the man's abdomen. Immediately, with a bang, the yellow-clothed man flew dozens of feet away and crashed into the ground, causing a large crack to appear. Moreover, there were specks of blood floating in the air. At this moment, although he had not used the stone seal to break free from the immortal shackles on his hands and feet, and his cultivation base was still sealed, his physical body was not affected. Even though he did not use all of his physical strength and the yellow-robed man was a cultivator from the 5th dimension, he was still injured by this strike. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone present. Everyone in the mining area turned to look at them. Senior brother. The expressions of the early-stage, profound Heaven Realm Watchers from the same sect as the yellow-robed man all changed as they rushed toward the yellow-robed man. At the same time, Mu Wenyang looked at Lin Tian with a pale face. "Young man, are you crazy?" After being captured and sealed by the immortal shackles, Lin Tian only had the physique of a profound Heaven Realm cultivator. Yet he dared to attack the yellow-robed man who was in charge of this place. This was something more terrifying than death. This was because there had been slaves who had failed to commit suicide who had done the same thing. They had purposely attacked the people of this sect, hoping to use this method to let the people of this sect kill them and free themselves. However, the consequences were crueler than death. The people of this sect did not kill the slaves who went against them or attacked them. Instead, they tortured them mercilessly. After that, no other slave dared to do that. All the slaves would rather die than suffer such inhumane torture. At the same time, most of the other hundreds of slaves also saw this scene. Many of their expressions changed like Mu Wenyang's. Even the eyes of those who were originally dull and numb couldn't help but ripple. Lin Tiantan smiled without the slightest fear. It was also at this time that the yellow-robed man was helped up by a group of early-stage, profound immortal disciples. His face was flushed red as he pushed away the people who helped him up. He looked at Lin Tian with a ferocious expression and walked toward Lin Tian step by step. "I'll make you wish you were dead." He stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of ferocity. He had actually been sent flying by a slave that he had captured here, in front of all his junior brothers. How could he keep his face? Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He still had a faint smile on his face. So, the higher beings of the 5th dimension can also spit out low-level words like, "I'm your father." His voice was calm, but the sarcasm in his words was very obvious and thick. Anyone could hear it. When these words came out, Mu Wenyang was so scared that his face turned even paler. Was this young man in front of him completely crazy? In the distance, the other slaves temporarily stopped what they were doing. The other slaves in the dozens of mines also seemed to have sensed that something big had happened outside. One by one, they walked out. Then they quickly learned about what had happened from some of the slaves who had been outside since the beginning. They all looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but sigh. When the yellow-robed man heard Lin Tian's words, his expression became even more ferocious. The ferocity in his eyes became even more intense. He didn't say anything else and walked toward Lin Tian step by step. His body was bursting with killing intent, causing the air to tremble. In the blink of an eye, he once again arrived in front of Lin Tian. He directly attacked, ruthlessly grabbing at Lin Tian's throat with his dragon claws. "You dare to attack when senior brother is unprepared. Damn thing. There's no need to be angry with this lowly native. In the future, there will be good things for him to eat. I guarantee that he'll be very satisfied." In the distance, some of the early-stage mysterious immortal realm watchers said cruelly. They didn't even manage the slaves who had come out of the mines at this time and didn't continue mining. They allowed hundreds of slaves to watch from outside the mines. It was as if they were prepared to torture Lin Tian later to let these slaves know what kind of miserable price they would have to pay if they went against them. They wanted these slaves to be more obedient and not dare to disobey them in the slightest. It was also at this time that the yellow-robed man's dragon claws landed near Lin Tian's neck. It carried a sharp wind. Once it landed on Lin Tian's neck, it would definitely tear apart Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian's legs were shackled, so it wasn't very convenient. However, it was enough for him to use basic movement. With the strength of his flesh shell, he changed his footsteps and dodged the dragon claws. Then he used his elbow to hit the yellow-robed man's chest. Bang! Another muffled sound rang out. The yellow-robed man was sent flying again. He directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. It was very eye-catching. Senior brother. At this place, a group of early-stage mysterious immortal realm watchers ran toward the yellow-robed man who had been sent flying again. The green-robed man and the yellow-robed man had the same cultivation level. They were in charge of this place together. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the yellow-robed man did not use Saint Energy and only grabbed Lin Tian with his bare hands, Lin Tian's cultivation level was also suppressed. Moreover, his hands and feet were shackled, so it was inconvenient for him to attack. Even so, the yellow-robed man was sent flying twice by Lin Tian. 2 months ago, Lin Tian was clearly captured by the yellow-robed man, Zhao Jin, and brought here. Now, Zhao Jin was no match for him? Could it be that without using Saint Energy or divine arts, Lin Tian was stronger than his fellow disciple in terms of pure physical strength and movement techniques? On the other side, the yellow-robed man stood up again at this time. His expression became even more ferocious. He clenched his fists tightly. He was actually injured twice by this lowly creature that he had personally suppressed. Lowly thing, I want you to kneel before me and kowtow to repent, he said ferociously. As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Energy surged out of his body with a boom. His saint aura was vast and mighty, and his murderous aura was extremely cold. As soon as such saint aura was released, everyone except the green-robed man trembled in shock. Most of the hundreds of slaves who were restrained by the immortal confinement shackles staggered back. Many of their faces turned pale. This was because these people's cultivation level was at the early stage of the mystic heaven realm. They were far inferior to the yellow-robed man. Moreover, their cultivation level was sealed by the immortal confinement shackles, so they couldn't use Saint Energy to protect themselves. As a result, they felt very uncomfortable under the yellow-robed man's saint aura. Mu Wenyang was also trembling, not far from Lin Tian. He was struggling to resist the yellow-robed man's saint aura. Young man, why do you have to do this? What are you going to do after this? From the 2 times that Lin Tian sent the yellow-robed man flying, he could see that Lin Tian's physique and movement technique were extraordinary. However, now that the yellow-robed man had used Saint Energy, how could Lin Tian, whose cultivation level was sealed by the immortal confinement shackles, withstand it? Moreover, even if his cultivation level wasn't sealed by the immortal confinement shackles, he didn't think that Lin Tian could defeat the yellow-robed man. This was because Lin Tian was captured by the yellow-robed man and the green-robed man. Since he was captured by the yellow-robed man and the green-robed man from the beginning, Lin Tian couldn't defeat them no matter what. The yellow-robed man's face was ferocious. Step by step, he closed in on Lin Tian. His saint aura and murderous aura were growing bit by bit. In the face of such fierce saint aura and murderous aura, Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He still had a faint smile on his face. Senior Wenyang, don't sigh. Look forward. The future is still very long. With his back facing Mu Wenyang, he used the stone seal in his sea of consciousness to instantly break the seal on his cultivation level. He shattered the immortal confinement shackles on his hands and feet. I'll take back the freedom that was taken away from you. At the same time, he used the secret technique that his father had left him in the stone seal to break the seal on his soul root. The first seal was broken. The second seal was broken. The third seal was broken. The fourth seal was broken. In the blink of an eye, for the 9 seals that his father had placed on his soul root with supreme means were broken. It was as if a terrifying volcano of potential had erupted in his body. His entire body instantly emitted an immeasurable amount of saint light, which almost drowned the space within a radius of several hundred feet. It was so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. In the blink of an eye, endless spiritual energy and Tao power surged over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. In this place, the entire Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine glowed. All the Tao spiritual crystals, whether it was the ones that had been dug out and prepared to be brought back to the Golden Mark Immortal sect, or the ones that had yet to be dug out, all turned into spiritual light and Tao light. Together with the endless spiritual energy and Tao power that surged over from hundreds of thousands of miles away, they continuously rushed into Lin Tian's body. Suddenly, Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit rose rapidly. His cultivation level began to increase at an extremely shocking speed. At the same time, the surroundings shook. Immortal palaces and ancient pavilions, continuous sacred mountains, galloping beasts and birds, endless gods, devils, ghosts and immortals, and the broken universe. Mysterious and terrifying phenomena of heaven and earth appeared in the sky one after another. Heaven and earth shook. Chapter 2358. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, covering the entire sky. They were mysterious and majestic. The scenes of gods, devils, ghosts, and immortals shattering the heavens and earth were too frightening, causing one's soul to involuntarily tremble. The spiritual energy within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles continued to rush over. In this mining area, all the Tao Yuan treasure crystals glowed brightly, turning into spiritual energy that continuously rushed into Lin Tian's body. Boundless light bloomed in this area, stirring up gusts of hurricanes. Such a scene instantly caused the expressions of everyone in this area to change. This, Mu Wenyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Tian had actually shaken off the suppression of the forbidden immortal strike on his own and recovered his cultivation base. Then he suddenly erupted with such a terrifying aura. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all the psionic Tao radiance actually surged towards Lin Tian on their own. All the Tao Yuan treasure crystals here actually rushed into Lin Tian's body. The most frightening thing was the strange phenomena that appeared one after another. It was too frightening, causing this middle-aged man, who was at the profound heaven realm, to feel a chill run down his spine. As Lin Tian released his aura, so many strange phenomena appeared. It was as if the entire world was shocked by the strange aura that Lin Tian suddenly released. What exactly was going on? The hundreds of other profound heaven realm slaves all had faces full of shock. Those slaves whose eyes were originally numb and had completely lost all hope in life, at this moment, their eyes twitched violently as they watched this scene unfold before them. At the same time, the yellow-robed man, the azure-robed man, and the dozens of other disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect all changed their expressions. You! The ferocious expression on the yellow-robed man's face completely disappeared at this moment. When he saw this scene, his expression completely changed. He had personally suppressed and captured Lin Tian and used the immortal forbidding shackles to seal Lin Tian's cultivation. But now Lin Tian, whose cultivation was sealed by the immortal forbidding shackles, broke the immortal forbidding shackles on his own and completely recovered his cultivation. Then he emitted such a frightening aura, suddenly triggering so many strange phenomena. He had cultivated for so many years, but he had never seen anyone who could trigger so many strange phenomena at the same time. In fact, he had never even heard of such a thing. Even the divine sons and saintesses of the top orthodoxies in this area were all peerless geniuses, but none of them could do this. This almost scared him to death. You deliberately allowed yourself to be captured by me and brought here. At this moment, when he saw that Lin Tian could break free from the immortal forbidding shackles on his own and trigger so many strange phenomena, he instantly understood that if this Lin Tian was 2 months ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win against this kind of Lin Tian. Then, when he saw that the entire Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine was glowing brightly, turning into spiritual energy and Tao light that surged into Lin Tian's body. He immediately understood many things. You're thinking about the Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine here? The hurricane roared, and with this place as the center, endless spiritual energy and Tao power surged madly in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. All the Tao Yuan treasure crystals here glowed brightly and continuously surged into Lin Tian's body, causing Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit to rise. You're not that stupid. Endless light intertwined around his body as he looked at the yellow-clothed man with a faint smile. Then, with his back facing Mu Wenyang, he said, "Senior Wenyang, I'll give you your freedom." With that, he waved his right hand slightly, and more than 900 sword lights shot out, carrying the unique aura of the stone seal in his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Mu Wenyang and the other hundreds of slaves, shattering all the immortal forbidding shackles on their hands and feet. The broken shackles fell to the ground, and Mu Wenyang trembled, as did the other 900 profound heaven slaves. At this moment, the 900 slaves could clearly feel that their cultivation base could be used, and their saint power surged. Suddenly, more than 900 terrifying saint power rushed up, turning into more than 900 pillars of light that shot into the sky. We, including Mu Wenyang, the 900 slaves were all trembling with excitement. Those whose eyes had been numb at the beginning had completely lost their numbness at this moment, and they couldn't help but have tears in their eyes, completely caused by their extreme excitement. How many years had they been enslaved? They couldn't remember, and they had long given up on their entire lives and all hope. But now the mortal forbidding shackles that had been suppressing them had been shattered, and their sealed cultivation base had been completely restored. They had regained their freedom on this day. Someone couldn't help but roar at the sky, venting his emotions, mixed with excitement, mixed with grief and indignation. Lin Tian naturally understood how these people felt at this moment, but he didn't pay too much attention to it and looked at the yellow-clothed man again. Next, endless spiritual power continued to pour into his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a man of light, and his essence, qi, and spirit rose rapidly. His gaze fell on the yellow-clothed man, and he took a simple step forward, instantly appearing in front of the yellow-clothed man. His right hand formed a sword finger, and it landed directly between the yellow-clothed man's eyebrows. "Goodbye." As his words fell, the tip of his finger that landed between the yellow-clothed man's eyebrows emitted a sword light, and with a puff it pierced through the yellow-clothed man's head, bringing with it a glaring stream of blood. It directly shattered the spirit in the yellow-clothed man's sea of consciousness. The yellow-clothed man's face was still filled with shock and fear, but the luster of life in his eyes was quickly fading, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Then, with a bang, he fell to the ground, completely dead. Senior brother. At this place, the other ordinary disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect were all trembling, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. Their senior brother, who was at the peak of the profound heaven realm, was actually killed by a single blow. Moreover, it was someone from the lower realm. Even the green-clothed man couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Looking at the yellow-clothed man's corpse and Lin Tian, who was surrounded by endless light, his eyes were filled with horror. He immediately turned around and quickly fled into the distance. His strength was on the same level as the yellow-clothed man. Now that the yellow-clothed man was killed so easily, how could he possibly stop Lin Tian? At this moment, he was very clear about the situation in this place. Other than running away, he had no other choice. A hurricane swept across, and spiritual light continuously surged out. Lin Tian clenched his fists, and a bright light intertwined in his eyes. Changed, he muttered to himself, as he continuously undid the first 4 seals on his soul root. He could feel the changes in his body at this moment. In his senses, the entire world had become incomparably clear, and everything in his field of vision had become incomparably simple. It was as if he could instantly understand all the principles of the world. Even though his cultivation hadn't changed much, he could clearly feel that his fighting strength had become 100 times stronger in the blink of an eye after he undid the first 4 seals on his soul root. More importantly, his physique was constantly changing at this moment, although the essence of his reincarnation body hadn't changed. As his soul energy intertwined with every inch of his flesh, an indescribable and terrifying power gradually appeared in his flesh. It was as if the destructive beasts that had been hibernating in his soul energy had awakened at this moment, and then moved to every inch of his flesh. It was as if he could destroy everything in this world with just a slight move. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was vast and mighty. At this time, the man in green had fled extremely far away and had turned into a black. Lin Tian looked up, and his expression didn't change at all. In the next moment, there was a sudden explosion in the sky, and a black lightning bolt came crashing down like a destructive dragon. Ah! A scream came from afar, and there was a faint mist of blood spurting out from there. Then it became silent in the blink of an eye. In the huge mining area, hurricanes swept through, and spiritual and holy light continued to pour into Lin Tian's body. The spiritual and Tao lights within hundreds of thousands of miles gradually became sparse, and in this place, the vast Tao Yuan crystals in the mine turned into spiritual and Tao lights and rushed into Lin Tian's body in the blink of an eye. The Tao lights within the mine were mixed with endless Holy Spirit chi and all kinds of Tao law fragments, and were far more powerful than the spiritual and Tao lights that surged over from hundreds of thousands of miles away. At this moment, Lin Tian's cultivation broke through to the middle stage of the profound heaven realm, and the Tao powers of the lightning divine Tao and nature divine Tao in his body became several times more condensed. These changes, such as the strengthening of his essence, chi, and spirit, the increase in his cultivation, and the condensation of his Tao powers, all didn't stop. His cultivation continued to grow stronger, and his cultivation advanced toward the pinnacle of the profound heaven realm at an astonishing speed. Dead. Good kill. Good kill. In this place, Mu Wenyang and the other 900 slaves were so excited about regaining their freedom that they almost forgot everything. After Lin Tian killed the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man consecutively, they finally regained their senses. Many of them couldn't help but speak. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. They had been trapped by the Golden Mark Immortal sect for countless years and had been treated as slaves for countless years. Naturally, they were filled with hatred for this sect. Now that they saw Lin Tian kill 2 of the sect's experts consecutively, everyone felt that their hatred had been vented. In this mining area, there were dozens of profound heaven realm early-stage disciples from the Golden Mark Immortal sect. At this moment, all of them were trembling. Run! Return to the sect and report this to the elders. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. They no longer had the awe-inspiring appearance they had when they were scolding the slaves with their whips. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Tian, all of them were filled with fear. Like stray dogs, they flew out of the mining area. At this moment, they wished they could grow a few more legs so that they could run faster. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the sound of air being torn rang out. These people's cultivation bases were not as high as the azure-robed man's, and their speed was also not as fast as his. However, they were still profound heaven realm experts. Furthermore, they were living beings from the 5th dimension. In the blink of an eye, they had already fled far away. Chapter 2359. After the yellow-clothed man and the green-clothed man, the other dozens of ordinary disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect who lived in the mining area were also killed. In an instant, all the disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal sect in the Tao Yuan Treasure Crystal Wilderness were wiped out. Good kill! Good kill! Good kill! Over 900 slaves clenched their fists. Many of them couldn't help but shout. They were extremely excited. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. These people from the Golden Mark Immortal sect treated the profound heaven experts who came from the four-dimensional world like this. They treated them as slaves. They were cruel and merciless. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt in killing these people. At the same time, he sensed his own body once more. Following the release of the first 4 seals on his soul root, the metamorphosis he experienced at this moment was becoming more and more astonishing. He could feel that he had truly transformed into another person, and every aspect of him could no longer be compared to what it was in the past. If he were to compare them in terms of aptitude and potential, if he was a boundless universe now, then he couldn't even be compared to a grain of sand 2 months ago. The difference was like heaven and earth. In other words, there was no comparison at all. At the same time, with this place as the center, the psionic Tao radiance within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers had become extremely thin and did not continue to surge over. There were many Tao origin crystals in this Tao origin crystal mine, but there was also an endless stream of psionic Tao radiance and other extraordinary powers intertwining and flowing out, quickly surging into his body. Not bad. He thought to himself, pretending to be suppressed here was the right thing to do. This Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine was extraordinary. He took a deep breath. At this time, he automatically operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and began to refine the Tao Yuan treasure crystals that were flowing into his body. He used the endless Tao Yuan treasure crystals in this Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine to increase his cultivation and condense his Tao energy. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit became stronger at an even faster speed. His cultivation also increased at an even faster speed. Dazzling rays of light intertwined in this place, and the hurricane was mighty and mighty. Mu Wenyang and the other 900 slaves had all regained their freedom. They could leave, but they didn't. They stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Everyone's eyes were flickering. They were grateful to Lin Tian for regaining their freedom, but they were also shocked by the aura Lin Tian was emitting and the strange phenomena he had attracted. Buzz! The hurricane swept through the area, and the holy light continued to intertwine. All the Tao origin crystals in the Tao origin crystal mine continuously turned into light, and all the Holy Spirit Qi, rule fragments, and other powers within them surged into Lin Tian's body at an even faster speed. Lin Tian was cultivating by himself using the Reincarnation Heart Sutra. At this time, he was not worried that someone from the Golden Mark Immortal sect would suddenly appear. This was because in the past 2 months, he had already found out a lot of things. The location of this sect was extremely far from here. It was impossible for them to sense what was happening here. Moreover, this sect would send an elder to inspect this place at most once a month. Yesterday, this elder had just finished inspecting this place and left. It would be impossible for him to return in a short period of time. For a moment, he focused on cultivating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine the power of the Tao origin crystal that was surging into his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the profound heaven realm from the middle stage. At this time, the Tao origin crystal mine had not been drained dry. He continued to cultivate. Soon, another 7 days had passed. After another 7 days, all the Tao origin crystals in this place had disappeared. They had all turned into spiritual energy and Tao light that surged into his body. The aura outside his body had reached an extremely shocking level, causing the air to scream. Senior Wenyang and other seniors. He stood on the spot and spoke at this time. He spoke to the 900 profound heaven realm experts from the four-dimensional world who had regained their freedom but still hadn't left. If you don't mind, I'll have to trouble you seniors to stay away from me. It will only be beneficial for you seniors. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky exploded with a boom. A huge lightning vortex immediately appeared. The black tribulation thunder vibrated in the thunder vortex, like a black dragon of destruction. The sky darkened in the blink of an eye, and the destructive aura came down from all directions. It was terrifying to the extreme, as if it wanted to destroy everything. After undoing the first 4 seals on his soul root, after 10 days he had attracted endless spiritual energy and Tao light within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. He had absorbed the entire Tao origin crystal mine. On this day, his cultivation base had advanced from the early stage of the profound heaven realm to the Tao conversion realm. At this time, he had attracted the Tao conversion, heavenly punishment. He has stepped into the Tao conversion realm. There's a heavenly punishment. He controls the 4-dimensional laws of our world. These people were all experts from countless years ago and knew a lot of things. When they saw that a powerful heavenly punishment had descended when Lin Tian stepped into the Tao conversion realm, they immediately knew that Lin Tian controlled the 4-dimensional laws. This was because on the path of cultivation, if a heavenly punishment descended in the major realms other than the immortal ascension, 1,000 tribulations and 10 tribulations realms, it would mean that the heavenly punishment had mastered any of the 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, 6-dimensional, 7-dimensional, 8-dimensional, or 9-dimensional laws. Lin Tian had just ascended from the 4-dimensional world when he was brought here. It was obvious that he couldn't have mastered the 5-dimensional laws, let alone the 6-dimensional or 7-dimensional laws. He could only have mastered the 4-dimensional laws. At the same time, they were also shocked by the power of the heavenly punishment that Lin Tian had attracted. The destructive aura was too terrifying, as if it could easily destroy everything. They also understood why Lin Tian had asked them to stay away. That was because with such a terrifying heavenly punishment descending, it would definitely be a disaster for them if they stayed here. Immediately, the group moved together and left at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were far away from Lin Tian. They stopped at a safe location and looked over. At this moment, as these people moved away from him, Lin Tian looked up at the sky and began to undergo the heavenly tribulation. "Come," he said calmly, and completely released his Tao conversion realm aura. As he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. In the sky, a destructive lightning bolt came crashing down from the lightning vortex. It was a lightning beam with a diameter of 3 feet. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of him and landed firmly on his body. In an instant, the ground he was on collapsed inch by inch and the void cracked. However, he was not injured at all, now that he had unsealed the first 4 seals on his soul root. This path-changing heavenly punishment was extremely frightening. However, he had become much stronger after unsealing the first 4 seals on his soul root, and he had undergone an extremely shocking transformation. Therefore, even though this heavenly punishment was frightening, it did not pose any threat to him at all. Rumble. In the sky, the lightning vortex trembled. Within it, the black lightning became even more rampant, and the second round of heavenly punishment descended. Lin Tian was fearless and did not resist at all. He allowed the terrifying heavenly punishment to land on his body. At the same time, he took out the samsara sword from his body and endured the baptism of the heavenly punishment with him. He used this destructive heavenly punishment to temper this divine sword. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled and exploded continuously. Bolt after bolt of heavenly punishment struck down continuously, and the destructive power became more and more terrifying. Far away, Mu Wenyan and the other 900 mysterious heaven realm experts in the 4-dimensional world could not help but tremble. Watching Lin Tian go through the Tao conversion tribulation from afar, these 900 mysterious heaven realm experts felt their souls turn cold. The heavenly punishment was truly too terrifying. These ancient experts could clearly feel that any small bolt of lightning from Lin Tian's heavenly punishment could definitely destroy an ordinary Tao conversion expert in an instant. However, during this process, Lin Tian, who was in the midst of such a terrifying heavenly punishment, simply stood there and allowed the destructive heavenly punishment to strike his body. He was not injured at all. The increasingly terrifying heavenly punishment struck Lin Tian's body one after another. It was almost like they were tickling Lin Tian. Moreover, they were also shocked by Lin Tian's samsara sword. They could all feel the sharpness and terror of the samsara sword. Boom! The heavens shook and the destructive heavenly punishment struck down, continuously. Bolt after bolt, the destructive aura became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, a total of 91 rounds of heavenly punishment had passed. However, this heavenly tribulation showed no signs of stopping. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He could roughly guess the reason. It was definitely related to him unsealing part of his soul root. However, he still did not care about this. After unsealing the first 4 seals of his soul root, although the heavenly punishment was terrifying, he had also become stronger. Now he did not feel the slightest bit of pressure from this heavenly punishment of heavenly punishment. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled, and the destructive aura became more and more terrifying. After a total of 180 rounds of heavenly punishment struck down, the sky gradually regained its clarity. The lightning vortex in the heavens dissipated at an extremely fast speed. The destructive aura that intertwined in this space also disappeared very quickly. In the heavens, rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds condensed. They contained the purest power in the world. Large patches of rainbow-colored divine light fell, enveloping Lin Tian and surging into his body. Lin Tian naturally knew how precious the rainbow-colored light was. He immediately circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine it. He used this power to stabilize his current realm. After a few minutes, the rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds gradually dissipated. At this moment, he truly stood at the level of the Tao conversion realm. He sensed for a moment and discovered how powerful he was now. The saint energy in his body surged endlessly, as though it would never dry up. His other aspects had also improved tremendously, now that he had unsealed the first 4 seals of his soul root, and now that he had reached the Tao conversion realm. He was confident that even an ordinary peak Tao conversion expert would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. If he wanted to, he could easily kill them. He tilted his head and looked at the samsara sword in front of him. After the immortal Emperor Pagoda that was forged from the primordial heavenly crystal fused with it, the samsara sword had become his one and only origin divine weapon. After he entered the Tao conversion realm, it became a Tao conversion divine weapon. After going through the baptism of the heavenly punishment of heavenly punishment, it had undoubtedly become even stronger. There were wisps of light in his eyes. He was naturally very satisfied with this result. In a flash, he stored it back into his body. It was also at this moment that swishing sounds could be heard. From afar, Mu and Yang and more than 900 mysterious heaven experts from the 4-dimensional world saw that he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and rushed towards him. Chapter 2360. After the Tao conversion realm, heavenly tribulation, the land around the Tao origin treasure realm mine had been charred black. It had sunk a few hundred meters, and not a single inch of undamaged land could be seen within 100,000 feet radius. It had almost completely turned into ruins. Mu and Yang and the other 900 mystic heaven realm experts from the 4-dimensional world arrived before Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. The 900 or so people looked at the ruined land around them, and then looked at Lin Tian, all of their eyes filled with shock. His cultivation had clearly been sealed by the mortal restricting shackles, but he had easily broken free. After releasing his aura, he had actually triggered thousands of terrifying heavenly anomalies and easily killed all the Golden Mark immortal sect disciples in this place. Furthermore, he had grasped the laws of the 4-dimensional world and stepped into the Tao conversion realm to attract the heavenly tribulation. All these things had shocked them. Seniors, how do you feel after regaining your freedom? Lin Tian naturally knew what these people were thinking and feeling shocked. However, he didn't care and smiled faintly. After stepping into the Tao conversion realm, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached the peak. All of his aura had been hidden within his body. The 900 mystic heaven realm experts trembled slightly. When they heard Lin Tian's words, they couldn't help but reveal excitement in their eyes. Regaining freedom was undoubtedly the most exciting thing that had happened to them in countless years. It was like a dream. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, young man." Mu Wenyang spoke. At this moment, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Tian and said, "I, Mu Wenyang, have said before that if someone can help me regain my freedom, then I'm willing to do anything." He spoke to Lin Tian with an incomparably solemn and serious expression. "From today onwards, as long as you don't make me continue to be a slave, as long as it doesn't go against my morals, no matter what you want me to do, I, Mu Wenyang, will definitely not say no." Almost at the same time, the other 900+ profound Heaven Realm experts also spoke up and bowed to Lin Tian. "Same for us. From today onwards, as long as you don't make us continue to be slaves, as long as it doesn't go against our morals, we're willing to follow you forever." Over 900 people, they had been suppressed and enslaved for who knows how many years. They couldn't even beg for death. Many of them had even become numb to it and had given up on everything. But now they were saved by Lin Tian. They were no longer enslaved and had regained their freedom. To them, this was undoubtedly a grace of rebirth. This grace was really too great. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Every one of these 900 people was a profound Heaven Realm expert. Since they were able to reach this stage in the four-dimensional world, they were definitely not ordinary. Their talent and potential were definitely not bad. Now that such a group of experts had asked to follow him, it was naturally a good thing for him. It could instantly strengthen the forces under his command by countless times. Most importantly, even though he had done such a great favor today, these people still didn't forget about morality and righteousness, saying that they would do anything for him that didn't violate morality. It was enough to show that these people were all righteous and magnanimous. In this way, he had no reason not to let such a group of experts follow him. There was no reason not to take them in as his subordinates. "I have created a sacred place called the Celestial Court. I am the master of the Celestial Court. If you don't mind, you can join," he said. The 900+ profound Heaven Realm experts trembled slightly and then immediately knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperor." The 900+ profound Heaven Realm experts shouted in unison. They were all people from countless years ago. They did not look down on Lin Tian at all, even though he was much younger than them. They directly called him Lord Celestial Emperor, and their faces were filled with respect. There was no doubt that they were all willing to join the Celestial Court and had already regarded them as Lin Tian's subordinates. "All right, get up." Lin Tian nodded and raised his right hand slightly. Gentle saint energy intertwined and personally lifted the 900+ profound Heaven Realm experts up. More than 900 profound Heaven Realm experts joined the Celestial Court. Moreover, they were all profound Heaven Realm experts from countless years ago. Their combat strength was impeccable. Now, the combat strength of the Celestial Court had increased countless times in an instant. "Lord Celestial Emperor, I have a request." One of the 900+ profound Heaven Realm experts said, "The Celestial Court must be established in the four-dimensional world. Can you allow us to stay in this world for a while before returning to the Celestial Court?" The person said hatefully, "Golden Mark Immortal Sect, please allow us to destroy it before returning. Lord Celestial Emperor, please grant us our wish." Beside him, the other people, including Mu Wenyang, could not help but tremble slightly after hearing this person's words. They could not help but grit their teeth and speak. Once again, they bowed to Lin Tian and said, "Lord Celestial Emperor, please grant us our wish." All of them had been suppressed by the Golden Mark Immortal Sect when they first descended from the four-dimensional world to the five-dimensional world. After that, they had been enslaved until now. Countless years had passed since then. The Golden Mark Immortal sect did not treat them as humans at all and humiliated them wantonly. All of them hated the Golden Mark Immortal sect to the core and wished that they could swallow everyone in the sect alive. Hearing their words, Lin Tian nodded. There was even a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. Of course, it's only right. He could understand their feelings very well and agreed with their thoughts. After being enslaved for so many years, now that they had regained their freedom, he would be disappointed if they did not say anything and directly return to the four-dimensional world. If they did not take revenge for such a deep grudge, where would their dignity be? At the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. The Immortal Court was already number 1 in the 4th dimension. It was the undisputed number 1 inheritance in the 4th dimension. Now that there were more than 900 profound Heaven Realm experts in the 5th dimension, he wanted to use them as a foundation to establish the Immortal Court in the 5th dimension. Then, he would spread the might of the Immortal Court throughout the 5th dimension. He briefly explained his idea to the 900 profound Heaven Realm experts and said, "Let's leave this place first and find a suitable place. I will establish a branch of the Immortal Court in this world." Seeing that Lin Tian had agreed to let them stay in the 5-dimensional world to seek revenge, the 900 profound Heaven Realm experts were very grateful. Then, when they heard that Lin Tian was going to establish a branch of the Immortal Court in the 5-dimensional world and spread the might of the Immortal Court throughout the 5-dimensional world, they could not help but become very excited and clench their fists. "Yes, Lord Celestial Emperor!" The crowd shouted in unison. The creatures in the 5-dimensional world were far from being comparable to those in the 4-dimensional world. After being enslaved for countless years, they deeply understood this point. This world was too strong. The difference between the 4-dimensional world and the 5-dimensional world was on the same level. Coming from the 4-dimensional world and wanting to establish a sect in the 5-dimensional world and spread its might throughout the 5-dimensional world was almost impossible. If it was anyone else who said this, they would definitely not believe it. But now that Lin Tian said it, they firmly believed it. It wasn't just because Lin Tian had allowed them to regain their freedom and gain their trust. It was more because the strength Lin Tian had displayed just now had caused numerous terrifying phenomena of the heavens and the earth. That was too shocking. They believed that this young leader of theirs was absolutely capable of accomplishing such a feat. At this moment, they could even see the future of the Immortal Court dominating the 5-dimensional world. All of them were indescribably excited. "Let's go!" Lin Tian spoke again and led the 900 people to leave this place. The dimension of the 5-dimensional world was far from what the 4-dimensional world could compare to. But in terms of territory, it was much simpler than the 4-dimensional world. It was only composed of countless stars and a boundless central world. About half a month later, he and the 900 profound Heaven Realm experts left this place and stepped into one of the stars in the 5-dimensional world. Compared to the other stars in the vicinity, this star was as small as a grain of sand. It was not eye-catching at all. However, it was countless times larger than the celestial void world in the 4-dimensional world. It was incomparably vast. This caused him to be once again shocked by this 5-dimensional world. Although the structure of the territory was simpler than the 4-dimensional world and was only composed of countless stars and a central world, even the smallest star was far from what the celestial void world in the 4-dimensional world could compare to. The difference was simply too great. Then, when he and the 900 profound Heaven Realm experts stepped into the star, they were once again shocked. This star was filled with ancient trees and immortal plants. The mountains and rivers were extremely majestic, and the spiritual energy was extremely frightening. However, there were no humans at all. They could only sense some demonic beasts. Moreover, there were very few demonic beasts. It felt as if this star, which was countless times larger than the celestial void world, was just a barren star. This caused him to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air, as expected of the 5-dimensional world. However, he soon nodded inwardly. This star was considered a barren star in the 5-dimensional world. now that he had just ascended from the four-dimensional world. If he wanted to establish a branch of the immortal court, he would have to do it secretly and not make it public. Therefore, this star, which was considered a barren star in the five-dimensional world, but actually had a lot of spiritual energy, was naturally the best choice for him to establish a branch of the immortal court. Immediately, he led the 900 profound heaven realm experts to this star. Using the dragon burial scripture as the foundation, he found the most extraordinary chain of immortal mountains. Then he took out immortal materials and treasures one after another, together with the 900 profound heaven realm experts. He quickly set up palace after palace in this chain of immortal mountains. After successfully establishing the branch of the immortal court, he used his Tao conversion realm cultivation base to brand a total of 49 killing formations in the surroundings. With his attainments in the path of killing formations, his potential after unsealing the fourth seal of the soul root, and his current Tao conversion realm cultivation base, the power of the dozens of killing formations he engraved was undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. He was sure that even if an early stage all creation realm expert came, they would definitely be in for a bad time. All right. Looking at the branch of the immortal court in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but intertwine with wisps of light. Chapter 2361. After establishing a new branch of the immortal court in the fifth dimension, Lin Tian sat alone in one of the divine palaces of the immortal court branch. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and his body glowed with holy light. It was as if wisps of holy light flames were dancing around him. After stepping into the Tao conversion realm, although he had stabilized his realm with the power of the rainbow divine light after the heavenly tribulation, it was not a bad thing to go into seclusion to stabilize his realm. Most importantly, the first 4 seals on his soul root had been unlocked, and he had to understand the state of his soul root and his body. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. The holy light around his body had become much more stable than half a month ago, and his essence, chi, and spirit had become much stronger. However, he did not come out of seclusion. He continued to stay in the divine palace and continued his seclusion. Fifth dimension, central great world. What's going on? On the scorched earth, where Lin Tianyi underwent his heavenly tribulation a few months ago, an elder of the Golden Mark Immortal sect came to inspect the Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine. However, as far as he could see, the Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine had completely disappeared. The ground nearby had sunk a few hundred feet, and the territory was charred black. The area within a radius of 10,000 feet had been turned into ruins. This elder was a Tao conversion expert, and his divine sense covered an extremely far distance. He was searching for the traces of the yellow-robed man and the green-robed man who were in charge of this place, as well as the clues of the other disciples. However, his efforts were to no avail. He only found remnants of death chi in this space, but it was not dense. At most, 100 people had died here. What happened? The elder was furious. The Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine had disappeared, and the territory within a radius of 10,000 feet had been turned into ruins. The yellow-robed man, the green-robed man, and the other disciples had all disappeared. Even the slaves had disappeared. This made the elder furious. Immediately, the elder left the place quickly and returned to the Golden Mark Immortal sect to report everything to the sect master. Immediately, the Golden Trace sect's sect master was enraged. The other elders were also enraged. Their expressions all sunk. That Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine was the largest Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine that they had discovered in the past few hundred years. It would have a miraculous effect in nurturing their disciples in the future. However, the Tao Yuan treasure crystal mine had disappeared. Nearly 100 disciples and hundreds of slaves that were guarding it had also disappeared. This was a great loss to the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Send someone out to investigate. Find the whereabouts of Zhao Jin and the others. Find the whereabouts of those hundreds of slaves. The Golden Trace sect master said coldly including Zhao Jin and the others, as well as the slaves. There are more than 1,000 people there. Since the death aura there indicates that at most 100 people have died, then there are still 900 people alive. Whether they are my sect's disciples or the slaves, find them for the seat. Ask them clearly what happened there and who destroyed my sect's treasure mine. The yellow-clothed man, the green-clothed man, and the others were disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. Naturally, the Golden Mark Immortal Sect knew what they looked like. As for the hundreds of slaves, the Golden Mark Immortal Sect also had records of their appearances. Immediately, many disciples of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect went out to search for the yellow-clothed man and the others, as well as the hundreds of slaves. In the branch of the Immortal Court in this world, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in a divine hall. He was still in seclusion. Buzz! Outside his body, strands of 9-colored holy radiance intertwined. His essence, energy, and spirit became more and more condensed. Then, in the blink of an eye, another month passed. Another month later, on this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes. After 1.5 months of closed-door cultivation, his Tao conversion realm cultivation had completely stabilized and was unshakable. He was also completely familiar with and adapted to the current state of his soul roots and had a better understanding of his own body. It was also on this day that he stopped his seclusion and walked out of the divine hall. Mu Wenyang and the other 900+ profound heaven realm experts had been in this branch of the Immortal Court for the past few days. During Lin Tian's seclusion, they were patching up some of the deficiencies of this branch of the Immortal Court. At the same time, they were also protecting Lin Tian. As Lin Tian came out of seclusion, the group quickly gathered. Lord Immortal Emperor, now that you've come out of seclusion, are you preparing to go out and train? Someone asked. The others also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. He did not hide this matter. Then he said to the group, "It's natural for you to seek revenge on the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. However, remember to protect yourselves. I don't want any of you to die in the process of revenge. After you've taken your revenge and destroyed the Golden Mark Immortal Sect, you can start to develop the Immortal Court secretly. After that, when the Immortal Court can truly be revealed to the people of the 5th dimension, I will inform you." By himself, he could wander around the 5th dimension as he pleased and didn't need to care about anything. However, it wasn't the right time to expose the Immortal Court's branch here. This was because the overall strength of the branch here was far too weak, far inferior to some of the other sects in this world. It wasn't a good thing to expose it too early. At the very least, he had to wait until he had made a name for himself in this world before he made it public. Before that, it was best to let the Immortal Court branch here develop in secret. On the other hand, with his current strength, as long as he made some preparations, he could help Mu Wenyang and the others destroy the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. After all, from what he knew, the strongest person in this sect was only at the early stage of the All Creations realm. After he unsealed the 4 seals on his soul root, it would not be easy for him to kill an early-stage All Creations realm expert with his early-stage Tao conversion realm cultivation. Although it would not be easy, it would definitely not be too difficult. However, he did not intend to help Mu Wenyang and the others. This was just like how his teacher did not help him kill Luanhui Wang and the others in the past. His teacher knew what he was thinking. He knew that he wanted to personally avenge the old patriarch and the others. Only by doing so could he truly end the hatred between them. Now Mu Wenyang and the others must have the same thoughts as him. After being enslaved for countless years, they must want to personally avenge this great hatred. Yes, Lord Immortal Emperor, we will remember. More than 900 people said in unison. At the same time, they felt even more grateful to Lin Tian in their hearts. Lin Tian's simple words contained too much. He prioritized their safety and told them to focus on the Immortal Court only after they had taken their revenge. Everything he did now was for their sake. This caused them to feel moved in their hearts. Lin Tian waved his hand and walked around the branch of the Immortal Court. Then he bid farewell to the 900 people and left. Not long after he stepped out of the star, he re-entered the central great world of the fifth dimension. Within the fifth dimension, the central great world was vast and boundless. This was the most dazzling stage in this world. After re-entering the central great world, he walked on foot and stepped into the ancient mountains and immortal forests of this world. The Holy Spirit chi in the air was incomparably dense. After he unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root, even if he didn't circulate the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to take the initiative to absorb the Holy Spirit chi, the Holy Spirit chi would automatically surge into his body. Moreover, even the Tao Law fragments would automatically surge into his body and enter his flesh and blood. Of course, the Holy Spirit chi and the Tao Law fragments would automatically surge into his body. In terms of speed and degree, it was far from comparable to the short period of time when he unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root. But even so, this matter was frightening enough. He had reason to believe that after unsealing the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root, even if he didn't take the initiative to cultivate, his cultivation would slowly increase and become stronger. Now that he had unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root, even if he directly went into a deep sleep, he would be able to reach the level of a heaven and earth supreme after enough time. This was the potential he possessed after unsealing the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. Roar! The beast's roar shook the sky, and a demonic wind whistled in the mountain forest. A powerful, ferocious demon appeared. Its body was covered in sharp spikes, and it looked like a giant hedgehog. Its eyes were intertwined with a demonic blue light, and it pounced toward Lin Tian. Its aura was very frightening, and it was definitely comparable to an ordinary true realm expert. As for its physique, one could tell that it was very terrifying with just a glance, as if it could pierce through everything. Lin Tian sighed slightly. The dimension of the 5th dimension was really much stronger than the 4th dimension. Any random demonic beast he encountered was actually comparable to a true realm expert. However, his heart was filled with emotions, and his footsteps didn't change at all. The ferocious demon that was pouncing toward him had just come within 5 feet of him when it was sent flying with a bang. It was blasted away by the natural intertwining aura outside his body, and it rolled for a few hundred feet before it crashed into a huge black rock. It immediately fainted and didn't wake up. He didn't care about it at all, and his footsteps didn't change at all. Soon, he was far away from this place. He simply walked in this celestial mountain, and soon stepped into another celestial mountain. He walked completely on foot, blending in with nature and comprehending it, so that his body was always in an ethereal state. He used this state to comprehend the path of reincarnation, the complete reincarnation. This was what his father and mother wanted him to master, and they were full of expectations for him. His teacher also trusted him completely and believed that he could master the complete reincarnation. Naturally, he had to work hard on this path, and he couldn't let his parents and teacher down. He simply walked, and his footsteps were gentle. There was no radiance outside his body, and he looked like a simple mortal, but the reincarnation aura in his body was constantly vibrating. Now he had unsealed the first 4 layers of seals on his soul root to comprehend reincarnation. He clearly felt that it was much, much easier than before. In just a short period of comprehension, he felt that he had come a long way on the path of reincarnation. Boom! Suddenly, the saint aura vibrated, and a hurricane swept out. 8 figures appeared in the distance, and 7 of them used special methods to conceal their true faces. Their auras were very frightening, and they chased after a blue-clothed woman who was obviously seriously injured. Sharp blades constantly slashed toward the blue-clothed woman. Chapter 2362. The woman in blue was heavily injured, and her aura was weak and chaotic. She was escaping in the direction of Lin Tian. As she got closer, she naturally saw Lin Tian. After pausing for a moment, she changed direction and fled in another direction. The 7 people who had covered their faces were all dressed in black and were at the peak of Tao transformation. Only their eyes could be seen clearly and their gazes were cold. 6 of them continued to chase after the woman in blue, while the other person did not change his direction at all, heading straight for Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, this black-clothed person appeared in front of Lin Tian and directly used his shark claw to grab Lin Tian's head. His attack was very vicious. It was obvious that Lin Tian saw them chasing after the woman in blue and wanted to silence them. Lin Tian leaned to the side and avoided the attack. "Do you want to die?" he said coldly. This person's eyes narrowed slightly. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Tian to avoid this attack so easily. But soon his eyes became even colder, and the aura around his body grew stronger. His shark claw became even more vicious, and he grabbed at Lin Tian again. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. Originally, he did not want to get involved in this mess, but this person repeatedly used vicious methods to kill him, so he naturally did not have any good temper. Black lightning intertwined around his body, turning into a circle of lightning that spread out. With a poof, the person's arm that grabbed at Lin Tian shattered on the spot. Then the lightning continued to spread and landed on his body. Ah! A scream reverberated, and a trace of horror appeared in the person's eyes. Then his entire body exploded, turning into a cloud of blood. Such a miserable cry immediately caused the other 6 black-clothed individuals, who were chasing after the blue-clothed lady, to stop in their tracks. They looked towards Lin Tian, after which they saw their companion, who had charged towards Lin Tian, turn into a bloody mist and die. Everyone's pupils shrunk. At the same time, the woman in blue, who was escaping, could not help but be moved. At this moment, she stopped and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked into the distance, his back facing the woman in blue and the 6 black-clothed people. With a flick of his finger, he swept out 6 rays of sword light. With an ear-piercing clang, 6 sword beams streaked across the sky in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the 6 black-robed men. Judging from the fact that the black-clothed man wanted to silence him, these companions of the black-clothed man were definitely not good people. If he did not kill them at this time, these 6 people would probably remember him, and then bring trouble to him one after another. On the other hand, the woman in blue had left a good impression on him. She was originally fleeing in his direction, but she immediately changed direction after seeing him. It was obvious that she did not want to implicate him. It was similar to when Ningye was young. He killed these 6 people to help the woman in blue. He was able to discern that with the current heavily injured state of the blue-clothed woman, even flying was slightly difficult for her. If he didn't make a move now, then it wouldn't be long before she would definitely be killed by those people. With his current battle prowess, it would be too easy for him to kill some ordinary peak Tao transformation experts in the 5th dimension. The 6 rays of sword light arrived in front of the 6 black-clothed people in the blink of an eye, sealing off the surroundings. The 6-peak Tao transformation black-clothed people could not even dodge and were all struck in the blink of an eye. In an instant, 6 bloody mists exploded in the void. The 6 black-clothed people were all destroyed in body and soul. The woman in blue had a graceful figure and a moving appearance. She looked at the bloody mists floating in the void after the 6 black-clothed people exploded, then looked at Lin Tian from afar. Her beautiful eyes could not help but focus deeply. The 7 black-clothed people who were chasing her were all peak Tao transformation experts. Their strength was extremely terrifying, but now Lin Tian had killed them all in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had squashed a few ants. It was hard for her not to be shocked. Lin Tian himself appeared very calm, as if nothing had happened. He continued to walk into the distance. His aura was very calm, as if he had not made a move at all. The woman in blue's expression changed slightly. She paused for a moment, then immediately chased after Lin Tian. Soon, She arrived in front of Lin Tian. Thank you for just now." She bowed to Lin Tian and thanked him. Earlier, if not for Lin Tian lending a hand in killing those few black-clothed men, her outcome would absolutely be a dead end. "You're welcome." Lin Tian on Dao continued to walk into the distance. The woman in blue was as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, she could not help but stiffen. She was a little stunned. In the fifth dimension, she was known as the Second Pearl. When ordinary men saw her, their eyes would light up and they would find it hard to move. But now, Lin Tian did not even look at her. He did not care about her beauty at all. This made her a little surprised. After a pause, she chased after Lin Tian and slowly followed beside Lin Tian. My surname is Yu. Yu Yaoshi, what about you?" "Yu." She walked beside Lin Tian, following Lin Tian's footsteps. Then, her expression suddenly changed. "You're from the fourth dimension?" Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He stopped and looked at her. How did the woman in blue know that he was from the fourth dimension? Seeing Lin Tian stop and look at her, Yu Yaoshi hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand. I don't have any prejudice against people from the fourth dimension." She said, "A few days ago, a Dao origin crystal mine of the Golden Mark Immortal sect was destroyed. Some disciples of the sect are searching for some disciples who are in charge of that mine, as well as some others." She paused for a moment before continuing, "They're searching for the traces of some disciples and some others in that mine. Many cultivators have seen it, and I have seen it as well. Your appearance is in that mine, so I know who you are. I am just a little surprised to recognize you now." Lin Tian's eyes flickered. So that's how it is. He didn't pay too much attention to it, so he continued walking into the distance. Seeing Lin Tian walking ahead without paying any attention to her, Yu Yaoshi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She quickly followed behind him. What's your name?" She followed behind Lin Tian and asked. She couldn't help but feel a strong interest in Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Lin Tian Dao. It wasn't a big deal to tell her his name. It wouldn't affect him in any way. "Lin Tian, thank you so much for what you did earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to survive." Yu Yaoshi expressed her gratitude once more. Then she looked at Lin Tian with astonishment in her eyes and said, "Speaking of which, you're really strong. You don't seem like someone from the fourth dimension at all." She explained, "Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to look down on people from the fourth dimension. It's just that it's rare for people from the fourth dimension to possess such strength. Given your current cultivation, to possess such strength, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be any weaker than the gods, sons, and saintesses of the top orthodoxies in this world." She was truly astonished by Lin Tian's strength. She had never heard of someone from the fourth dimension to be so strong. At the same time, another doubt arose in her heart. Given the strength that Lin Tian had displayed earlier, how could he have been captured by the disciples of a fifth-rate power like the Golden Mark Immortal sect to mine a mine? That was completely impossible. Then, she suddenly thought of the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine of the Golden Mark Immortal sect. Even though it had disappeared entirely according to the rumors, it wasn't simply destroyed. Instead, all of the Dao Yuan treasure crystals in the mine had been absorbed by someone. As such, she couldn't help but think of something. She asked Lin Tian softly, you couldn't have intentionally allowed yourself to be captured by the Golden Mark Immortal sect, right? Your goal was their Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine?" Lin Tian wasn't too bothered by Yu Yaoshi's astonishment at his display of strength, nor did he bother replying to the other party's conjecture. Instead, he paused for a moment before asking, "It hasn't been too long since I ascended from the four-dimensional world, so I'm still a little unfamiliar with the top-notch orthodoxies and powers in this world. Do you mind enlightening me?" Yu Yaoshi looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't directly respond to her guess, but he didn't deny it either. As such, she took another look at Lin Tian's expression and confirmed that Lin Tian had intentionally allowed himself to be captured by the Golden Mark Immortal sect. He was aiming for the Dao Yuan treasure crystal mine. After a short pause, she answered Lin Tian's question. There are 5 top orthodoxies in the 5th dimension. They are the All Beginnings Divine Palace, the Heaven Guidance Divine Palace, the 100 Sage Ancient Pavilion, the Xiang family of the Wilderness, and the Yu family of the Wilderness. These 5 powers rule over the 5th dimension in a pentagonal formation. Each of them has a 5th dimension realm ancestor overseeing them, and their legacies are incomparably long. After saying that, she went on to list out some of the extraordinary powers behind the 5 top orthodoxies for Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian immediately understood. He memorized all the powers Yu Yaoshi mentioned and their symbols. Then he looked at her and asked, "You're from the Yu family?" Yu Yaoshi nodded. She didn't try to hide her identity. She smiled and said, "I'm the Holy Maiden of the Yu family." Lin Tian was a little surprised. Even though he had guessed that Yu Yaoshi was from the Yu family, he didn't expect her to have such a high status in the Yu family. She was actually the Holy Maiden of the Yu family. Why is the Holy Maiden of the Yu family being hunted down? Zhang Xian asked curiously. As the Holy Maiden of the Yu family, her standing was naturally high, yet there were actually people who dared to make such a move on her. Furthermore, he could sense that Yu Yaoshi's cultivation was a Dao conversion realm pinnacle. Even though she was severely injured and her sage might wasn't too strong, the quality of her sage might and the purity of her spirit, Zhang Xian could tell that Yu Yaoshi was no ordinary person. Logically speaking, those black-robed men shouldn't have been a match for her. Under normal circumstances, they would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Yet Yu Yaoshi was the one being hunted down by those black-robed men instead. This made Zhang Xian curious. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, Yu Yaoshi couldn't help but frown. Not too long ago, an ancient ruin was discovered, and it was verified to be the immortal abode of an extremely powerful ancestor. There are countless immortal treasures inside, and several top orthodoxies and other major powers are heading there. Our Yu family is no exception. 2 days ago, I left the Yu family and headed to an ancient mountain in search of an item to forge an artifact in preparation for challenging the ancestors' immortal abode. But who could have thought that someone would ambush me in that ancient mountain and set up so many traps? I nearly lost my life there. Yu Yaoshi paused for a moment, and her complexion turned awful. Only those in the clan know that I'm heading out. Someone in your clan is trying to get rid of you, Lin Tian replied casually. There was no need for him to say this out loud. He knew that Yu Yaoshi must have guessed this as well. Chapter 2363. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yu Yaoshi's complexion turned even uglier, just as Lin Tian had said. She had indeed guessed that the ambush this time was done by the people of her clan. Otherwise, how could those black-clothed people know that she would go to that ancient mountain and set up layers upon layers of killing methods to wait for her there? It was precisely because she had guessed as much that her complexion turned so ugly. She was the Holy Maiden of the Yu clan, and yet someone from her clan had plotted to assassinate her. Who could be so cold-blooded and brazen? Lin Tian didn't say anything else and continued walking forward. Seeing Lin Tian walking forward, Yu Yaoshi paused for a moment before retracting the awful look on her face. She quickly followed behind Lin Tian, sizing him up from the corner of her eye. "Aren't you going back to the clan?" Lin Tianyi asked as he walked forward. "Not for the time being. I'll head straight to the ancestral monarch's immortal abode," replied Yu Yaoshi. Yu Yaoshi paused for a moment before asking Lin Tiandao, do you want to come with me?" She said, according to the research of some old antiques, that immortal abode was the place where the 7 treasures ancestor cultivated. It was also the place where he passed away. The 7 treasures ancestor left behind an illustrious name in the 5th dimension and used his life to refine the 7 ancestral treasures. All of them are top-notch 5th dimensional level treasures, so there's a possibility that they are in that immortal abode. Furthermore, the ancient scripture that made him famous, the 7 Stars Treasure Codex, might be in there. That ancient scripture is also an incomparably top-notch ancient scripture of the fifth dimension. It is mysterious and unfathomable, and is not inferior to any of the ancient scriptures of the 5 great orthodoxies in this world. In fact, it might even be stronger than the ancient scriptures of the 5 great orthodoxies. Other than that, there are also many other artifacts and treasures, and there might even be some rare fortuitous encounters, she said to Lin Tiandao. Come with me. With your strength, you should be able to obtain something. Aren't you worried that I'll take away all the treasures there? If that happens, you'll have made a wasted trip. Lin Tian smiled. You're really confident. The divine sons of the top orthodoxies will be there. Moreover, there will be other major forces as well. The competition will be intense. It's already good enough to get one of the sect's treasures. You actually want to take all of them. Yu Yaoshi chuckled gracefully. However, if you're really able to obtain all of the treasures in the ancestral monarch's immortal abode, that's a good thing. I'll be happy for you. Lin Tiantan chuckled softly. He could tell that Yu Yaoshi was speaking from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest hint of pretense. He thought for a moment and said, All right, I'll go with you. After stepping into the 5th dimension, his original intention was to temper himself in the 5th dimension. While raising his cultivation, he also did his best to comprehend reincarnation. Then, step by step, he would ascend to the higher realms and finally reach the 9th dimension to meet his parents and master's wife. Now that the ancestral monarch's immortal abode was right in front of him, it was a natural place for him to temper himself. It was just right for him. Moreover, he had established a branch of the immortal court in the 5th dimension, and it just so happened that he needed a lot of cultivation resources. Inside the ancestral monarch's immortal abode, there were 7 top-notch 5th-dimensional artifacts, a 5th-dimensional ancient scripture, the 7 Stars Manual, and many other divine pills and treasures. All of these were extremely important to the development of the immortal court branch in the 5th dimension. In fact, they would be of great use to him as well. Thus, he decided to go with Yu Yaoshi. All right, it's settled then. Yu Yaoshi nodded and smiled. The ancestral monarch's immortal abode is surrounded by terrifying poisonous gas. However, it's gradually dissipating. It'll take about half a month for it to completely disperse. Only then can we truly enter the immortal abode. Let's head there on foot. We should be able to reach the periphery of the immortal abode in roughly 8 days. Lin Tian nodded. Together with Yu Yaoshi, they headed toward the ancestral monarch's immortal abode. Very quickly, 7 days passed. 7 days later, along with Yu Yaoshi, a boundless sea appeared in front of them. The sea was shrouded in a bloody mist, causing the air to sizzle. Clearly, it was filled with terrifying poison. Just looking at it was enough to cause one's scalp to turn numb. We're here. At this point, Yu Yaoshi gazed into the distance and said, The ancestral monarch's immortal abode is located at the center of this sea, and the bloody mist surrounds the periphery of the sea. I have no idea how it came to be, but it's extremely frightening and difficult to traverse through. Even if one were to fly across the sky without coming into contact with the bloody mist, one would still suffer. There was someone who attempted to do so in the past, but in the blink of an eye he was corroded by an inexplicable aura and fell from the sky, dying a tragic death in the sea. While listening to Yu Yaoshi's words, Lin Tianyi also turned his gaze toward the sea and the bloody mist. He used the dragon burial scripture to observe it, but even so he was unable to discern the origin of the bloody mist within a short period of time. All he could tell was that the bloody mist was indeed frightening. Even if a pure Yang realm cultivator were to come into contact with it, they would be reduced to a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he also noticed that the bloody mist was indeed dissipating, just as Yu Yaoshi had said. Based on the speed at which it was dissipating, it would take another 9 days for the bloody mist to completely vanish. At this point in time, there were already quite a few cultivators gathered in this area. There were members of powerful clans and powerful wandering cultivators, and they were all here for the ancestral monarch's immortal abode at the center of the sea. All of a sudden, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many of them turned their gazes in Yu Yaoshi's direction. Among them, there were a few male cultivators whose eyes were blazing with excitement. Naturally, Lin Tian noticed the commotion as well. He also noticed that the gazes were directed toward him because of Yu Yaoshi. You sure have a lot of admirers. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Hearing those words, Yu Yaoshi thought about how Lin Tian didn't seem to care about her beauty at all, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you think that everyone is like you? You don't even have the slightest reaction toward me, the number 2 beauty of the 5th dimension. All along, she had been very confident in her appearance. In the 5th dimension, even the god scions of the other top-notch orthodoxies were stunned by her beauty when they first met. However, Lin Tian hadn't shown the slightest hint of surprise in his eyes ever since they first met. In fact, when they first met, he didn't even look her in the eye. It was as if he didn't care about her beauty at all. This made her, the number 2 pearl of the 5th dimension, feel a little indignant. She couldn't help but feel a little hurt. Is that so? Lin Tian chuckled. It was only then that he realized that Yu Yaoshi was the number 2 pearl of the 5th dimension. Pardon me for my lack of respect. Yu Yaoshi was indeed very beautiful, but if she were to be placed next to Wu Yi, the disparity was simply too great. Be it in terms of appearance or disposition, she couldn't be compared to Wu Yi. In fact, even his own daughter, Ruoxian, couldn't compare to her. So, how could he possibly be stunned by her beauty? He really couldn't feel that way at all. In fact, he even believed that there was no woman in the world who could make him feel the slightest bit of surprise. He didn't think that there was a woman in the world who could compare to Wu Yi in terms of appearance or disposition. Even Wu Yi's birth mother, who looked exactly the same as Wu Yi, couldn't hold a candle to Wu Yi in terms of disposition. Hearing Lin Tian's words and seeing the expression on Lin Tian's face, Yu Yaoshi felt even more hurt. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Tian and say, "You're really perfunctory." Lin Tian chuckled. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he shifted his gaze back to the blood mist in the distance. This blood mist was extraordinary. He really wanted to know where it came from and why it was dissipating. It was also at this moment that he felt quite a few gazes falling on him. Quite a few people were looking in his direction. Then, more and more gazes fell on him. Isn't that a slave of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect? He came up from the lower realm and was suppressed by the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. He was mining for them, but for some reason he disappeared. That mine is no longer there. The Golden Mark Immortal Sect is currently searching for him. How did he end up together with the Holy Maiden of the Yu clan? He does seem to be one of the slaves of the Golden Mark Immortal Sect. I've seen his face imprint before. Discussions broke out. Many people couldn't help but frown as they looked at Lin Tian. A few days ago, the Golden Mark Immortal Sect's Dao Origin crystal mine disappeared. Some of the disciples in charge of the mine and the hundreds of slaves who were mining there previously spread the news. Lin Tian was one of them, and many cultivators in the 5th dimension saw him. At this moment, quite a few people recognized Lin Tian. Lin Tian noticed the gazes of these people and heard some of the discussions, but he didn't pay them any heed. Yu Yaoshi also heard the discussions. She smiled at Lin Tiandao and said, "You're the one who's inferior in terms of territory." Lin Tiantan smiled and said, "Thank you." He knew that Yu Yaoshi was speaking up for him. "There's no need to thank me. I'm just speaking the truth." Yu Yaoshi smiled. "Yaoshi." At this moment, a voice sounded. A woman walked over with several powerful servants behind her. Soon, she arrived before Yu Yaoshi and said with a smile, "As expected, you've already arrived here before us." The woman was wearing a golden dress, giving her a noble aura. Her spirit was very strong, and her cultivation was at the peak of Tao revolution. The servants behind her weren't simple either. All of them were at the Tao Revolution realm. Sister Een, Yu Yaoshi called out as she intimately grabbed the arm of the woman in the golden dress. It was clear that they were on good terms. After a brief pause, she turned to Lin Tian and said, "Right, Lin Tian, this is my uncle's daughter, my cousin, Yu Fengyin." After which, she introduced Lin Tian to the woman in the golden dress. "Sister Een, this is Lin Tian, a new friend of mine." Lin Tian nodded to Yu Fengyin as a polite greeting. Yu Fengyin turned to Lin Tian and nodded in response. Then she turned to Yaoshi and said, "Yaoshi, come over here. I have something to tell you." "Something? What is it, Sister Een? Can't we talk here?" Yu Yaoshi asked. Yu Fengyin shot a glance at Lin Tian and replied with a smile, "It's a family matter." Yu Yaoshi was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. She turned to Lin Tian and said apologetically, "About that, Lin Tian, I'm sorry. I'll be leaving with Sister Een for a moment. I'll look for you later." "Sure," Lin Tian replied with a smile. Since Yu Fengyin wanted to discuss family matters with Yu Yaoshi, and he was an outsider of the Yu clan, it was only right for him to leave. I'll look for you soon," Yu Yaoshi replied. Together with Yu Fengyin and Yu Fengyin's servants, they headed in a different direction. Soon, they were far away from the area, heading into a forest. Lin Tian didn't pay it much heed. He casually sat down on a large rock by the side and turned his attention back to the blood mist above the sea. He continued to observe it with the dragon burial scripture, hoping to see the truth. At the same time, more and more gazes fell on him, and the discussions grew louder. A lowly native from a lower realm actually dares to come here so openly. Is he trying to compete with us for the ancestral monarch's immortal manor? He was standing beside Princess Yaoshi a moment ago. Who does he think he is? What right does he have to stand beside Princess Yaoshi? That's right. Quite a few people were discussing the matter, but their voices were suppressed. After all, Lin Tian was standing beside Yu Yaoshi earlier, and it seemed like they were on good terms. While they didn't care about Lin Tian in the slightest, they were still wary of Yu Yaoshi.